Thank you.
That's right. Don't punish those of us that are on time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is March 4th, 2026. I am Chair Janelle Wilkins, and this begins our hearings for the day. First bill is Madam Vice Chair Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 1052, Maryland School for the Deaf, membership of Board of Trustees. I do want to note for the committee and the public that we have ASL interpreters for this piece of legislation, and just want to appreciate the interpreters and our staff who help make sure that this hearing is accessible. You can proceed when you're ready, and you can bring up your panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee members, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark, and it is my pleasure to come before you today to present House Bill 1052. If enacted, this bill would alter the composition of the Board of Trustees of the Maryland School for the Deaf from 19 members to 13 members, and require that a majority, at least 7 members, be deaf. Since 1868, the Maryland School for the Deaf has proudly educated deaf and hard of hearing students from across the state, offering tuition-free public education from birth through age 21. As Maryland's only public school specializing in education of deaf and hard of hearing students, MSD provides a bilingual signing learning environment at 2 campuses in Frederick and Columbia. MSD is led by a superintendent like other public school systems. And the administrative leadership team oversees the school's day-to-day operations and works to ensure a safe, supportive, and nurturing learning environment for all students. The Board of Trustees serves to manage the school at a high level, making oversight and governance decisions to ensure the school meets its vision and continues to grow and improve. To be effective, the board must also be efficient and appropriately sized for governance. At 19 members, the MSD board is larger than is typical or necessary for a school system of this size. This can complicate deliberation, slow decision-making, and diffuse accountability. A 13-member board aligns more closely with comparable governing bodies, including other schools serving the deaf and hard of hearing, as well as the Maryland State Board of Education. Right-sizing the board to 13 members would promote more focused engagement, clearer roles and accountability, and stronger alignment with recognized governance best practices. Crucially, this bill will ensure that the deaf perspective is always centralized in the board's work by ensuring a permanent deaf majority. I'm happy to answer any questions. Look forward to hearing from our panel and respectfully request a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins and members of the committee. My name is John A. Serrano, Superintendent of the Maryland School for the Deaf. First, I want to thank Delegate Feldmark for sponsoring this bill. Unfortunately, our board president is not able to join me this time due to a scheduling conflict. However, the board has voted to fully support this legislation. We urge your support for HB 1052, a vital step in modernizing MSD's governance. For over 150 years, MSD has provided specialized education to Maryland's deaf and hard of hearing students. This bill ensures our continued success through 2 critical changes. First, it guarantees a permanent deaf majority. By resizing the board to 13 members and requiring at least 7 to be deaf, we ensure leadership is rooted in the lived linguistic and cultural expertise our students need. Second, it optimizes governance. Our current 19-member board is larger than most state agencies that have similar school functions. In fact, research on similar out-of-state agencies and schools with similar governance shows that effective governing boards often do not exceed 9 members. Reducing our board to 13 aligns us with the Maryland State Board of Education and local school boards, ensuring faster decision-making, easier quorums, and lower administrative costs. This legislation moves MSD toward a leaner, more transparent model that centers the deaf community in our school's future. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on HB 1052. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. On behalf of the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, I, the Director, Ushler DeBerry, am in support of House Bill 1052, which proposes alterations to the membership of the Maryland School for the Deaf Board of Trustees. GODHH's mission is to promote the general welfare of deaf and hard of hearing Marylanders through advocacy, policy guidance, and advancing equitable access. HB 1052 aligns with the mission by strengthening deaf representation on the Board of Trustees and ensuring that governance reflects lived experience and cultural competence. While this bill reduces the total number of trustees, this change reflects sound governance principles. Smaller boards are widely recognized as more effective and more efficient in carrying out fiduciary and strategic responsibilities. A streamlined board enhances deliberation, improves accountability, and allows members to engage more deeply in oversight and policy direction. Reducing the number of seats does not diminish representation. Rather, this bill ensures that deaf individuals maintain strong and meaningful representation within a more focused governance structure. The Maryland School for the Deaf plays a critical role in providing educational services to deaf and hard of hearing students across the state. Ensuring that a majority of board members are deaf promotes lived experience representation and supports decision-making that reflects the cultural, linguistic, and educational realities of deaf students and families. Meaningful deaf representation on governing bodies is essential to advancing educational equity and preserving the integrity of deaf-centered educational environments. By requiring that at least 7 members of the board be deaf, House Bill 1052 reinforces the importance of lived experience in shaping educational policy and leadership decisions affecting deaf students across Maryland. A board that is both efficiently structured and grounded in community perspective will better serve families, students, and stakeholders statewide. For these reasons, the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing respectfully urges a favorable report on House Bill 1052. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for being here and for your time and testimony, both of you. We appreciate this bill. Are there any questions for this panel? All right, I see no questions, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you again, and thank you to Kate O'Regan and Heather Hamilton for the interpretation today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And that ends the
Thank
bill
you.
hearing on House Bill 1052. Just in time, I'm going to call up the Chair of ECM to present House Bill 1059. If you have a panel, you can feel free to bring them up.
Are you on?
And a warm welcome, Madam Chair, to the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was perfect timing. I was looking on my screen upstairs and I ran down here. Okay, my breath. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the esteemed Ways and Means Committee. For the record, Chris Valderrama here to present House Bill 1059, Education, Asian American History, Professional Development, and Library Materials. So for those of you who have been on this committee for some time, you will know that I have come before you repeatedly. I've lost track of the number of years trying to bring forth Asian American curriculum studies. And while I know no agency likes mandates and the sort, it's kind of gotten in my head enough where, okay, we need to change something up and do something different. And with that said, there have been conversations through the years with MSEA and other entities who support what I and advocates have been trying to do. So with that said, this legislation that I seek to present to you today is a result of those conversations and meetings and all the advocates you will hear from today. So I mentioned that it's for the last 5 sessions. It's, as I look at my script, because I try not to go by script all the time, but it has been 5 sessions. So I will say that it should not come as any surprise that I will say I'm a strident advocate for Asian American curriculum in elementary, middle school, and high school social studies classes. This passion, I will say, is not rooted merely in the anti-Asian sentiment born out of the COVID experience, but out of my own experience as an Asian American woman who raised 2 Asian American daughters who are educated in the Prince George's County public school system, such as myself. And I know firsthand how the contributions of the Asian community to society at large are ignored in our curriculum. And so while I truly believe that a mandated curriculum should be instituted so that all Marylanders and public school students are taught Asian history and culture, I do realize that this committee does not agree. Maybe some of you do, some of you don't. And so for this reason, I am proposing this different approach. One that provides public school teachers with the resources to teach Asian American history and feel more confident with the subject matter if they can find a way to integrate it into our already standardized curriculum. So the bill has 3 components. One, first, it mandates the creation and circulation of a list of free resources from credible organizations who will provide teachers with quality materials. And second, it creates a grant program so that teachers can select Asian course content as part of the required continuing education requirement for certification without paying out of pocket. And finally, third, the legislation creates small grants to school libraries to diversify their library holdings to include quality, age-appropriate fiction and nonfiction books with Asian content. And books, I will say, are one of the easiest ways to expand our experience and viewpoint. So highlighting some of these amazing resources will go a long way towards opening minds to cultures many students will never be exposed to otherwise. And so I know that we teach our students in public school that it helps with their attitudes in life, for life. That is the beauty, I will say, of public education. And quality reading materials help with that public education. So including more Asian content in a way that is sensitive to community standards will go a long way towards creating an educated, more open society, free from hate, based on misunderstanding. That is the true power of public education. To emphasize, that is the true power of public education. And so for all these reasons, I would ask this committee to move favorable on House Bill 1059. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have my panel. Go next.
Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Lauren Lamb with the Maryland State Education Association, which proudly represents 76,000 public school educators across the state. We are here in support of House Bill 1059. We want to ensure that students receive a comprehensive education that helps them better understand people's lives, cultures, and experiences, and that includes learning about the history and contributions of Asian Americans. This bill would give educators access to high-quality resources to aid their instruction on state standards related to Asian American history. A cornerstone of the teaching profession is continuous improvement. While some professional development courses offered for licensure renewal cover pedagogical strategies, many also cover content-specific training, like the courses outlined in this bill. And these courses can deepen teachers' background knowledge and inspire them to approach teaching standards in innovative ways. We encourage the Maryland State Department of Education to similarly offer and award credit for resources focused on the experiences and contributions of the many communities whose stories are often under-recognized in U.S. history. Students deserve history education that is inclusive, accurate, and honest. The resources provided in this bill will support educators in teaching U.S. history thoroughly and effectively in a manner that respects, reflects, and supports children of all backgrounds. We ask the committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Carlo Andinar. I'm a junior at the University of Maryland, College Park. I'm a proud Filipino-American, Asian American, and I'm also proud to be Delegate Valderrama's first and last intern. If Asian Americans were mentioned in my K-12 social studies classes at all, it was almost always through the lens of war or exclusion. The Chinese Exclusion Acts, the incarceration of Japanese Americans, or the colonization of the Philippines. So with that in mind, I raise you this question. Why do we perpetuate these narratives that build walls, cementing the idea that Asians and Asian Americans are foreign or an other, where every time an Asian is mentioned, everyone in the classroom turns to look at me? Or since I don't exactly present typical East Asian features, being told, you don't look Asian, you look a little more Mexican. Or even if I do say that I am Asian, people still squint their eyes at me or say that they hope that I don't eat their dog. Miseducation breeds discrimination. And in the past 5 years, you've heard people like Wong Kim Ark mention again and again with this bill. And it's valid. Affirming our own place in history includes discussing our achievements and contributions in spite of the justices brought upon us in history. So representation in the classroom was never a result of silence or complacency with the existing system. Protests and activism are the reason why Asian American studies even exists at UMD. But it should not take us until reaching college to learn more about ourselves. Nor should it constantly take a fight to be seen in our K-12 education. This quote, "No history, no self, no history, no self," is presented to you all to convey that our past empowers our identities today. And while HB 1059 is not a curriculum mandate, I want to emphasize that, social studies should be a mirror for every student. And that starts with ensuring that our libraries are stocked with books that reflect them, and teachers are well equipped to recognize Asian American identities and humanize the Asian American experience. So with that, I urge a favorable report on HB 1059. Thank you, and I yield my time. Oh, I got it.
Hi, my name is Miles Chen, and I'm a 5th grader at Bannockburn Elementary School in Montgomery County. This is my 3rd year coming here to ask for better cultural representation in Maryland classrooms, and still nothing has changed. What's most frustrating is that after I testify, I don't hear anything back. No update, no plan, no next steps. That means another year of no progress. You can make a difference by passing HB 1059. Right now, Asian American history is often missing or barely mentioned in classrooms. That means teachers may want to teach it, but don't have the resources or books that reflect our stories. I experienced this myself last year in 4th grade. I had an assignment to write about a personal area of expertise, and I chose Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA. But when I looked for information at school, there were no library books or classroom materials about him. So I had to do my own research at home. I searched for articles myself and used books from my own library. I had to teach myself because the school didn't have the resources. And that's the problem. I shouldn't have to become my own teacher just to see myself reflected in what I learn. Asian American history is American history. Students shouldn't have to keep asking year after year to be seen. I respectfully asked for a favorable report on HB 1059. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to this panel for your testimony. Madam Chair, you do have quite a few additional speakers signed up to testify. Mr. Miles and Mr. Carlo, want to thank you for coming to testify. And sometimes advocacy does take a few years, but I think that we're going to start to make some progress, Mr. Miles. So thank you so much. We appreciate you being here and your 3 years of testifying before this committee. Madam Chair, I know you probably have to get back to committee, so you're welcome to stay or be excused, and I'll call up some of the additional folks that we have on the list. Okay. I have Jasper Chen, Yvonne So, Penn Watson, Elizabeth Chung, Kul Sandhu,
So I've been thinking how to get through to you guys. And usually it's just me and Miles.
Can you state your name? Please state your name. Each person, if you can make sure you state your name for the record.
My name is Jasper Chen, and I brought my brother Dean. And I've been thinking how to get through to you guys. So usually it's just me and Miles who testify. So I brought in the big guns, which is my little brother Dean.
Hi, my name is Dean Chen. I'm a second grader at Bannockburn Elementary School. I'm proud to be a Chinese American. I want my friends to learn about Asian Americans. I want them to know how we help to build America. Please pass HB 1059.
Members of the committee, my name is Jasper Chen, and I'm an 8th grader at Powell Middle School. Delegate Valderrama first introduced this legislation more than 5 years ago. Since then, students like me have testified, shared personal stories, and asked to be seen in our own education. Yet after all this time, the bill still has not been passed. This is not just disappointing, it's unacceptable. HB 1059 is about ensuring that Asian American history is not just encouraged, but actually implemented in a consistent and meaningful way across all schools. Right now, whether this history is taught depends on chance, whether a teacher happens to have prior knowledge, or whether a school happens to have the right materials. This is not just equity, this is luck, and students should not have to rely on luck to receive a complete and accurate education. I also want to be honest. At this point, passing the bill doesn't change my own K-12 education. By the time funding begins in 2028, I'll already be halfway through high school and hopefully playing tennis full-time. I hope this is the year Maryland chooses to act so that my younger brothers and future students can learn history that includes themselves, and so no one has to keep asking to be seen in their own classrooms. I respectfully urge you to pass HB 1059. Thank you.
Am I on? Good afternoon, Madam Chairs and Vice Chairs. My name is Elizabeth Chung, and thank you so much. I think this early chambers, that I was able to see some of you. But what I wanted to speak today is I decided not really go back into my written note because, Madam Chair, you were talking about the Ruby Bridge, walking to school. This is America, so why not did we Asian American also have this history of being American? So I just want to relate back to that story that you advocate so eloquently this morning. But at the same time, I'm going to take this time to really to share with you folks about why it's so important to support 1059. My husband's grandfather was a flying tiger, so right here in this book, and also in this page. There's only one short passage, which is important to us to continue helping out next generation to understand the contribution that we make to Americas. So I urge you, just one book is not enough. So we need more materials in the libraries, in the schools, so that we can continue to have the education, not just for the student themselves, but also for the teachers. Another important personal experience I want to give to you, as the Asian American Center Frederick, I'm the executive director, a lot of problems that our community have usually come to my center. And one particular family, because I think that the school lack of certain, I would say, really in-depth understanding about the mental health need, of our families, of our communities, that we have children, we have a child in particular being diagnosed and yet not being to follow through in terms of the mental illness, and also in terms of how to help, the culturally relevant linguistic appropriate services. So having resources in the library, understanding the history, understanding contribution made by the community is very important. So I know that 12 minutes, but this is again grandfathers of ours being in the history, but it's only in this one book in here. So please continue your advocacy for us and support HB 1059. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Penn Watson. I attend Lorderman Middle School as an 8th grader, and I live in District 16. I'm here representing OCA DC Fellowship, where I've learned how it is important for students to see their history reflected in what they are taught. I strongly urge a favorable report for House Bill 1059. To better understand student experiences, I created a Google form asking, have you ever learned about AAPI heritage in school? Do you believe it should be included in the curriculum? Is there anything you would like to share with lawmakers? I received over 600 responses from students. 79% of students said that they've never learned about Asian American and Pacific Island heritage in MCPS curriculum. Over 80% said it is necessary for students to learn about others' cultures and how they shaped America. More than 100 students specifically asked for stronger South Asian representation. Now, as I am not of Asian descent, but I know what it feels like to be underrepresented in school systems, and as representation matters, not just for one group, but for all students. Montgomery County is one of the most diverse counties in the country, yet so many students do not see themselves reflected in what they learn. AAPI history is deeply connected into the growth of this nation, economically, culturally, and politically. This bill is about making sure that students feel valued and informed. I respectfully urge you to have a favorable report on House Bill 1059. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee. My name is Kul Sandhu, and I'm here today to urge a favorable report on House Bill 1059. Growing up, I felt invisible in my school's curriculum. In middle school, for the first and only time, a lesson on my religion, Sikhi, was taught, but it was rushed through by an untrained substitute who couldn't even pronounce our terms. Kids in my middle school began to recognize the khanda on my necklace and shun me for being an anomaly, purely because of their lack of full understanding of my culture. I learned to despise and to hide my own heritage just to fit in with my peers' discrimination, a discrimination that only resulted because of the ignorance and lack of resources in our school's curriculum. House Bill 1059 provides the resources for professional development so that teachers have the training to teach Asian American history with accuracy and respect, and so that libraries have the materials to make this history accessible. My name, Kul, means heritage. I support this bill so that students don't have to hide parts of their own heritage just to feel like they belong. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1059.
Thank you, and thank you to each of you who testified. I'm looking to see if we have any questions, and I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues. I want to truly thank each of you for your testimony, and I mean that sincerely. I also want you to know that sometimes it does take a little while for us to figure out legislation. I have a bill, and I'm the chair of a committee. I have a bill that I've introduced. This will be the 9th year. And we don't want this bill to take that long. So we're going to make sure we circle up with the chair and try to figure out what we can do. So we do appreciate your time and your advocacy. This bill's changed since last time, so we'll make sure that we get up to speed with this current version. I didn't have any. Please proceed.
Madam Chair, I have two others members. I'm
Yes.
not too sure, if they are able to, could they have registers to testify? I just want to make sure they came all the way, that they got a chance to say something.
No problem. I do have additional witnesses on this list that I will call.
Thank you.
And this panel of witnesses can be excused. I'll call up the additional names. If you have already testified and I call your name, just disregard. Yvonne So, Penn Watson, Miriam Gulami, Evan Fernando, Bo Ling.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Should we start? Hello, everybody. Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Filkmars, and honorable members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Mariam Gulami, and I'm writing a strong support of House Bill 1059. Although I didn't grow up in the United States and I didn't complete my primary or a secondary education here, I later came to the United States for my master's, and I completed my degree here in this country. Through my personal and educational journey and my professional career right now, I have gained a deep appreciation of how curriculum shapes belonging, identity, and understanding. Currently, I work on a school-based project at Asian American Center of Frederick that directly serves and supports the Asian American community throughout this work. I see firsthand and how limited representation of many students are eager to see their history. K-12 education affects students, families, and education alike. Many students are eager to see their histories. Throughout my experience working with the schools, it has become clear that the absence of Asian American history in curriculum is not just an oversight. It sends an unintended message about who serious are valued in our education system. HB 1059 represents a critical step toward meaningful and sustainable implementation of Asian American history in Maryland schools. While curriculum standards are essential, they must be supported by ongoing professional development and access to high-quality library and institutional materials. This bill recognizes that educational needs prepare training and resources in order to deliver inclusive, accurate, and appropriate instructions. I respectfully urge the community to issue a favorable report on HB 1059. Thank you for your leadership and continuous commitment to Maryland students and educators. Thank you.
Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the Ways and Means community. Good afternoon. My name is Bo Liang, and I am a student at Poolsville High School in Montgomery County, representing District 15. Today, I'm speaking in strong support of House Bill 1059. Additionally, I would like to take a moment and express my appreciation for Delegates Valderrama, Bandari, Chang, Wallach, and Wu for sponsoring this important bill. As an Asian American student in the Maryland public school system, I've spent the majority of my education learning about American history without ever really being able to see my own history reflected in the pages of the textbooks. We study the Civil Rights Movement, World War II, and the history of immigration in great detail. Yet the Asian American experience is rarely discussed in the same way. That absence matters. For many students, these stories never come up in class. I remember learning about immigration in school. We spent days talking about Ellis Island and immigration from Europe, but there was no mention of the Chinese Exclusion Act or the discrimination that Asian Americans went through. In that moment, it was hard not to feel invisible. When students cannot see their communities reflected in the history they learn, it changes how they understand their place in that story. House Bill 1059 is a step in the right direction to address this problem. The bill supports professional development for teachers and helps school libraries acquire materials needed to teach Asian American history. By providing these resources, HB 1059 allows students to learn a more complete and accurate understanding of U.S. history. Representation in our education system matters. When students learn the full history that shaped this country, they develop greater empathy and understanding and become more connected to one another. I respectfully urge the committee to give House Bill 1059 a favorable report. Thank you for your time and consideration. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you so much for your time and for your testimony. Colleagues, do we have any questions for this panel of witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you again. We do have several virtual witnesses that I'm going to bring in. All of the in-person witnesses should have been called. If you signed up and your name wasn't called, please do let me know, but all of the in-person should have been called now. We're bringing in those who are here virtually. What's your name?
Hi, sorry, I could start off. Oh, wait. I'm actually at school right now and I can't really hear with the volume. So I'm sorry if it's like.
No problem. Let's go ahead and take you now since you're at school and probably need to get back. You can go ahead.
Okay,
State your name, please.
Yes. My name is Sewon Kim, and I'm a freshman at Richard Montgomery High School, and I'm here today to advocate with my fellow peers to place AAPI history in our education curriculum. So I just want to start off by emphasizing how much progress we have made throughout the years, and I want to thank you for that. Okay, let me start my testimony now. So last year, I testified in person to implement House Bill 0875, and I'm back here this year again, encouraging you to vote for this bill. I've realized how important it is for AIPI history to be taught to Maryland students. Let me cut to the chase. Not long ago, to be exact, February 15th of 2026, I went to Whole Foods with my mom. As we were looking at the flowers and plants, a nearby grown man came up to me and said, "Ni hao, ni hao." I'm Korean. My poor mother, who has trouble speaking English, didn't even hear or understand what he said. And this isn't even the first time. There have been multiple instances where I've been assumed to be Chinese because of my skin color. After shopping at Giant a few years back, a grown man, came up to me and said the same thing to me and my friend. Again, I am Korean, and so is she. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is there were grown people mocking a 13, 14-year-old girl who happened to look Chinese because I have yellow skin. And I'm shocked how uneducated people can be. After telling my mother, she told me the best way to win is not to say anything. And I choose not to stay silent. I choose to speak up to change this now. I hope you understand the urgency I feel to implement this bill. We have seen results of what undereducation could do, so we should change it. If you want to make an incentive change in our education, our first step is to put API history in our school curriculum. Thank you for hearing my testimony and giving me this opportunity to speak about my experience.
Thank you so much. Have a good day for the rest of classes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Mackenzie Cho, and I'm a 10th grader at Walter Johnson High School in Montgomery County, District 15. And I'm here to speak today on my representation in my education. Just to start off, I apologize for any background noise there is. I'm heading back to my school on a school bus because I just was at a student advocacy event. So I apologize for that. This past year, I learned about the Transcontinental Railroad and the Chinese Exclusion Act, and less than a minute was spent discussing Asian Americans. Maryland prides itself on inclusion and diversity, yet when it comes to our stories, our voices go unheard. This impacts more than 61,000 Asian American students enrolled in Maryland public schools. That's 61,000 students whose histories and contributions are erased. Last year, I testified before this committee and later that year to my county's Board of Education in support of the same issue. On the day before my county testimony, I experienced a grand mal seizure at my school. And for those who don't know what it is, it's when you unconsciously shake uncontrollably. I was unconscious for hours and taken to the emergency room by ambulance. The next day, I returned to school and went to deliver my testimony. No one in that room knew what happened the day before. I share that not for sympathy, but to show how deeply this issue matters to me. After years of advocating, I'm still asking to be seen, so please vote favorable on House Bill 1059. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Safe travels back to school, and hope you have a good rest of the school day. Back to our in-person. I don't believe any of our other virtual witnesses are in the queue. Okay, back to in-person. Can you please provide me your name again?
My name is Saranya Karthik.
Okay, I don't see you on here, but please go ahead and proceed.
Yeah. Good afternoon, committee members and the chairpersons. So my name is Saranya Karthik, and I'm speaking on behalf of the support of the House Bill 1059. So as an immigrant who earned my master's degree in India and built my professional journey in the United States, I understand through lived experience how education shapes identity, confidence, and opportunity. When students do not encounter the communities, stories in the classroom, it can unintentionally signal that those experiences are secondary or invisible. So in my work supporting program data management and community initiatives and other local organizations, I observed how families often seek culturally relevant resources and educational materials that affirm the children's identities. Educators are willing to provide inclusion instructions, but they frequently lack structured professional development and accessible, high-quality materials to do so effectively. So, by investigating in professional development and education material, this legislation ensures the inclusion becomes an integrated and supported part of Maryland's education system rather than the isolated effort. So comprehensive representations benefits all students by promoting cultural literacy, empathy, and a more accurate understanding of American history. So I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report on HB 1059. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Have a great day. That ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1059. Next up, House Bill 1046, Delegate Guyton. And welcome back to the Ways and Means Committee. Good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. I know that there are a lot of children in the audience today. I just want to let their parents know that this particular bill is adult-themed. Certainly, it is your choice to let your child remain.
Thank you for that. Adult-themed legislation.
Adult-themed legislation. Thank you. So for the record, Delegate Michelle Guyton, District 42B, Baltimore County, and I am here to respectfully request a thoughtful and favorable report on House Bill 1046. I do have sponsor amendments that I have already sent to you in the committee, and this bill is very simple. It purely requires schools to have a plan for parents to be notified when a mandated reporter reports abuse, either physical or sexual, of your child to CPS. Again, I'm going to continue. Now, this requirement applies only if the suspected abuser, the person who is being reported, is in the school, is a school employee or at a school-sponsored event. This is not going to apply if the school reports suspected abuse by a parent for obvious reasons because of concerns with the child's safety. So currently, only a few school systems have really sound policies regarding notification to parents or guardians under these circumstances. And I do want to point out that two of the very best on which I fashioned the amendments that you have in front of you are Howard County, a really robust program, and Baltimore County. So the amendments really the final amendments came from Baltimore County because I think they do an excellent job putting a lot of this in actual regulation. So most systems, however, have no policy regarding when and whether a parent needs to be notified if their child has experienced sexual or suspected physical assault. And none of them, including Baltimore and Howard County, have actual requirements that the parent be told if they believe the child needs medical care. Okay. So, simply There is an ongoing case right now that you will hear a little bit about. I cannot speak to it because you're going to hear from the attorney, and I don't want to do anything to jeopardize that case. You will hear about that case, and that is one of the many cases that have come before us that makes it obvious that we need to put something like this in place. If your child falls down at school and they skin their knee and have to go to the nurse and get a Band-Aid, as a parent, you are alerted. You get either a written note or a call from that nurse. If your child is the subject of a CPS report and the same nurse believes that the child may have been sexually assaulted that day, they do not have to tell you. And to me and to the parents that have been in this situation, that makes no sense. So this is a parental rights bill, but it's also a child safety bill. I want to let you know that DHS and MSDE are in favor of this bill, and I've talked with both of those departments at length. They believe this is a necessary change that they would like to see brought forward by this committee. The amendments that I put before you, again, mostly from Baltimore County, mostly satisfy the concerns of some of the informational letters that you have from MSCA and PSAM. They wanted more specificity about who would be required to make that report and specific languages about making sure that the integrity of an investigation was protected. And I believe that we have covered these in the amendments that you have before you. I'm going to turn it over to my two virtual witnesses to give you more information, but I sincerely hope that we can have a long and really vital conversation about what is an important hole in our education policy right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this important bill. We do have two oral witnesses, and I see Ms. Scott. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lori Scott, and I'm here in support of House Bill 1046. Thank you, Delegate Guyton, for bringing this forward. As the mother of a child with significant cognitive and physical disabilities, and as a school nurse practicing in Maryland, the concern of not notifying parents if a situation occurs where a mandatory reporter feels the need to contact CPS because he or she has seen something by someone who has put a child at risk, and the school system not calling the parent or guardian is really difficult to understand. If you're a parent, I'm sure you will agree. Any student who is neurotypical or one who has disabilities can be affected by this issue. Neurotypical students may feel too scared or violated or have been threatened and may not tell a trusted adult what is going on if they're being harmed or pursued by a teacher or someone else in the school building. Parents should be notified as soon as CPS is notified or as soon as possible thereafter to ensure a student is behaviorally, emotionally, and physically safe. By notifying the parents or guardian, they can make the decision to determine if medical attention is needed and the child needs an exam by a physician. The assurance of notification will minimize this process, the delay in this process. Additionally, if a nonverbal student comes home with significant trauma or behaviors or emotional challenges or refusal to eat or sleep, parents at least have been put on notice that something potentially could have happened, and they can begin the process to restore the child's emotional and physical and mental health well-being. After reviewing several districts with Delegate Guyton, we found that this gap was ever present, and hopefully by passing this bill, we can actively secure timely medical, clinical, and emotional support for students at a faster pace than what is currently happening. Days and days could pass before parents are made aware of something that happened to a student in the school building. Student safety and well-being should always be our first priority, shouldn't it? Please give this bill a favorable report so we can close this gap. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go to the next virtual witness. Ms. Van Cleef, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Van Cleef, and I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1046. I'm an attorney who represents parents of children with disabilities and also a former special education teacher and a former school system attorney. I'm also a parent and a grandparent. In all of these roles, my work has centered on supporting children and working with families. As a teacher and a parent myself, if I knew a child may have been abused or harmed at school, I would have wanted that child's parents contacted immediately. Parents need that information to seek medical care, to pursue therapy, sometimes just to simply understand the sudden changes in their child's behavior and to be able to provide that support that they need to help them overcome that. Without that information, parents are left confused, frightened, and powerless. Unfortunately, this is not a hypothetical situation. During this 25-26 school year, 3 separate families from various counties across the state have come to me after their child was suspected of being abused by a school staff member. Each of those families told me the same thing. They were not notified when CPS was contacted, and that was scary. They didn't know what had happened to their child. They didn't know whether their child was safe to return to school. And as a result, they felt like they could no longer send their child to school. The McAleer case in Frederick County has certainly been one that's been widely spread within the news, but it illustrates this gap. A school aide was charged with sexual abuse of minors and sexual offenses against children under the age of 14, involving our most vulnerable students in a special education program. Yet the parents were initially told that only something had happened at school without the details, and they were only told before this was to be released to the news. Another family told me their child really didn't want to go to school, threw tantrums, thought that they just didn't want to follow the rules. And if they had known something had been happening sooner, they could have understood what was going on and certainly had more suspicions whenever they started seeing bruises on their child. This happens because many school system policies do not require notifying parents, and we are asking you to support this bill because parents have the absolute right to know and the need to know. Thank you.
I see a question from Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing this very important bill to close some of the loopholes that exist. Obviously, Frederick County has been severely impacted. And it was surprising to me. It seems that people in education think that they're mandated reporters, but only on the parents, not about what happens in the schools themselves. Has that been your experience, and is that part of why you're bringing the bill to keep parents in the loop? And then the other part of it that kind of goes along with it is, I know you talked about some of the letters of information. I was kind of surprised by the unfavorable from the nurse practitioner and the pediatricians, because as Ms. Van Cleef said, if you notice those changes in your child or any kind of bruising or anything, you would want to involve medical professionals sooner, as a parent, unless, of course, the parent's under suspicion and all of that piece of it. So can you speak a little bit more to that, or maybe Ms. Van Cleef could talk a little bit more about that aspect of it?
Sure. Well, I can speak to that piece. We were not, my office wasn't contacted by those unfavorables. We saw it the same time that you saw it. Although we did yesterday afternoon reach out to all the unfavorables, because it was my understanding from reading their letters that they actually didn't recognize that we were only talking about people who were within the school system and abused the child. A lot of their testimony dealt with making sure the child was safe and not alerting the parents to the fact the parents might be under suspicion. And that bill does not do that. That bill does nothing in that realm at all. And so we reached out to have that conversation with them, particularly the pediatricians, which I was very, very surprised at. And we're still trying to have those conversations, but we did let them know through email and also phone messages that I think they're not understanding what this bill is doing. And as to your first point, yeah, mandatory reporters are mandatory reporters for any abuse that they see in the school, and something that they may suspect coming from home, but also if there's a volunteer in the school that's doing something inappropriate, if there's an aide, if there's a vendor, if there's a janitor, if there's a school bus driver, any abuse that occurs on the school that they may be aware of at all. And so I don't know that confusion is there. I think it's when I've done trainings, I think that's been very clear, but so this bill isn't really directed at making sure that they make those reports. What this bill is directed toward is the fact that parents should never, ever, ever find out that their child may have been sexually abused when they're watching the nightly news.
Agree. And I think some of the confusion is actually they follow their internal processes rather than activating the external processes that are meant to design to protect kids in mandatory reporting situations. So, Ms. Van Cleef, did you have anything? that you wanted to add? I know you work very closely with these families and parents.
I do, and truly, this is where we just found a loophole. School staff are doing what they were supposed to do and doing the report to CPS, but then they didn't know that they were also needing to contact the parents because the policies and procedures in some school districts don't lay that out, and they didn't know if they should or shouldn't. And this is where we want to close that gap and just say, yes, you absolutely should and you can, so that school staff are aware that that is something that should be done.
Thank you, and thank you both for all you're doing for our families.
Thank you, Delegate. I was along the same lines, taking a look at the unfavorable testimony, because I think there's such an important issue that we have to make sure we get right. And I imagine that there could be instances in which there might need to be some flexibility based on the facts of the case in terms of who is notified. And that's where it seemed the medical community and social workers were landing with their unfavorable. And so I know that you have amendments. We'll take a look at them. But I did want you to comment on if your amendments will address the issue of perhaps there's a reason why a parent should not be notified, such as what the social workers were discussing, which is cases where they are going through the process and the parent may be involved somehow or may put the child at risk, things like that, if there's any comment that you can make.
Sure. Thank you for letting me address that. Again, not having had the conversations directly with them, and I'm still continuing that process. I do believe that the amendments that we put forward, and mostly in response to MSEA and PSAM and MABE, does address that to some extent. Now, if the parents are involved in any way, they should not be a part of the notification. And if the bill, and I think that the bill is very clear on that, if the bill needs more clarification on that piece of it, that the parent can't be also abusing the child, I mean, I'm not sure what the wording would be there, then they obviously would not be notified. The bill does not say that the parents should be notified if the parents are involved in any way. So that's where I thought they may have misunderstood the intent of the bill. And since Delegate Polakovich-Carr has always taught me to say the intent of this bill is that school-sponsored events and school activities and actual days in school are protected. Children are protected from people in the school or working at those events or volunteering at those events. And if they are assaulted or assumed to be assaulted, that will be reported to CPS, and that the parents will then have a report as well. In our amendment language, again, taken mostly from Baltimore County, a little bit from Howard County, we did add a couple of things about the fact that the information should never be disclosed in a way that's going to jeopardize a case. And I think that may have been part of what they were getting at. If a parent knew that, you know, Bob, the special ed teacher, had done something to their child, it was suspected, then they maybe would have gone after that person. I think that was, I was reading in between the lines a little bit on that. That information would not be given to the parent. Very specific information about who, specifically what, anything that would jeopardize a legal case, because ultimately we want the child to be safe. We want the parent to be able to comfort the child and take care of the child, but we also really want that perpetrator to be charged and out of the school system. So that is all equally important. And I think that we did balance that in the amendment under 2, Roman letter 2, number 2. And then we also dealt with some of the MSEA concerns with who was going to be reporting and when they were going to be reporting in letter C there, number C, which means a school principal in consultation with law enforcement, consultation with CPS, would help make these decisions to make sure that the case wasn't compromised, and also that the appropriate person would be having these conversations. So it's not spelled out in this bill now with these amendments that it has to be the principal or admin. It can be law enforcement that does it. They just need to do it. And I did add in this bill that this is just from a parental point of view and from what a lot of people have experienced. The bill does state that they need to do it before the start of the next school day. And that is for obvious reasons, so that the child doesn't come to school having been abused, having gone through some traumatic event, have to be re-traumatized, and the parents not know about it until later in the day. So that's just a portion that we thought was very important for parent protection, but mostly for student protection.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Delegate.
Thank you.
Delegate Ebersol with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. There's lots of times that we think we need a report. We talked about bullying and all sorts of stuff, and you are attaching one here. Having been a teacher and having made reports like this, it's a painful thing to realize you have to do. We always believed that once we gave it to social services that their procedures would take care of this as necessary. So can you go through what this is adding, or what Child Protective Services doesn't do that this does?
Sure, they don't have a mandated time period to tell the parents. That's what this bill does. And I can let Ashley speak to the legal aspects of that and the process if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, absolutely. So as we think about some of these cases that have actually occurred this year, it was weeks until the parents found out that there had been a report. And that's the problem here. So CPS may have been notified and CPS was doing what they were doing, but they had no obligation to tell the parent. In some instances, it didn't come until right before the news release was going to go out that the parents were notified. And then the parents have completely lost trust within the school system. And you and I both, as former educators, that trust is everything, right? So if our parents don't trust us, we've got serious issues that then boil into more and more issues. But as we develop that relationship between parent and teacher, being open and honest and transparent is incredibly important. And I think that that's the biggest piece as we think about CPS has no obligation to notify, and we fall apart there in this important notice to the parents.
And that's a critical thing, if I may follow up, Madam Chair. So you said CPS has no obligation to notify. I would like to believe that they're more expert in determining that sort of thing than, say, a school principal or a counselor, where they have other areas of expertise. What about the idea of actually requiring CPS when they find it appropriate to do this notification? Because I think they might be better arbiters of whether or not it was appropriate. It's not just a parent. It could be the whole household situation that they determine, or any one of a number of things that not just the parent being the abuser here, but someone else. Could we turn it around and ask CPS to have a timeline on them?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think you just said it might not just be the parent being the abuser. This doesn't apply to parent or household abuse at all. This bill does not. This is only abuse that occurs in school, on school property.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or school, yeah. So that does not, yeah, no, it does not apply because for obvious reasons, you're exactly correct. You would not want to I don't think it's wise for CPS or school to let a parent know they were under investigation. So that is not a part of this bill.
Okay.
I agree with you on that 100%.
That clarifies a lot. Sorry, I missed that little piece.
Yeah, it's a big piece. And DHS has come out.
Big piece, yes.
Yeah, DHS has come out in favor of this. They agree, and particularly with the amendment that says it's not just the school administration, but it's also CPS and it's also law enforcement that will make these decisions. I think that addresses your question, and DHS agrees that this is something that we need to handle, and they are favorable in the bill.
Going forward, it might be interesting to put CPS under some pressure in cases of abuse outside the classroom as well, too.
We can do that next year. I'm all for it, sir.
Some thought. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you again, Delegate. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1046.
Thank you all.
No problem. All right, going through our bill hearing order, next up we have House Bill 1013. Is there someone, a staff member here to present that bill? Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. I am Michael Marino, Chief of Staff to Delegate Nicole Williams, and I will be testifying in favor of House Bill 1013, also known as Prince George's County Special Education Service Delivery, Transparency, and Accountability Act. This legislation requires the Prince George's County Board of Education and County Superintendent, beginning in the 2027-2028 school year, to include certain funds in their annual budget to certain individuals hired as one-to-one student aides. Additionally, this legislation requires the county superintendent or a designee to provide certain quarterly updates to the county board and the State Department of Education. One-to-one aides for special education service delivery are critically important to the well-being and educational success of students with individualized education programs, or IEPs. Educators, specialists, parents, and others work in concert to determine if one-to-one aides are necessary for the student to meet their learning goals. These aides offer individualized attention to the students that they are assigned to and may provide support at specific times or throughout the entire school day. Without a doubt, the work of one-to-one aides is a key pillar in the livelihood of students in our state with special education needs. This legislation addresses a gap in the number of one-to-one aides in the Prince George's County Public School System, or PGCPS. As of the start of the 2025-2026 academic year, PGCPS has noted that 398 students require a one-to-one aide in their IEP, with 363 currently assigned and 35 dedicated aide vacancies. PGCPS has long demonstrated their commitment to serving their special education student population, and this legislation would be an instrumental step in helping further fulfill that commitment. For these reasons, myself and my delegate urge this committee to give a favorable report on House Bill 1013. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1013.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, House Bill 1006. Is there anyone here to present on House Bill 1006? All right, Delegate Fisher, House Bill 1039.
Great. Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Mark Fisher for House Bill 1039. The bill is titled Education, Primary and Secondary Schools, the Alternative School Options Right to Learn Act. The bill partially codifies the BOOST program, which is the Broadening Options and Opportunity for Students Today program administered by the State Department of Education, and establishes the right to learn scholarship within the BOOST program to pay for students in failing schools to attend an alternative school, including a non-public school. The purpose of the BOOST program is to provide scholarships for students who are eligible for the U.S. Department of Agriculture's free and reduced priced lunch program to attend an eligible non-public school, and the right to learn scholarships for students who attend a failing school and choose to attend a non-public school. If a student is deemed by the school administrator is violent or receives continuous disciplinary action, the student may elect to attend a military boarding school with costs covered by the local school system. You've heard this bill before, which is why we don't have a panel, because I believe those are the rules of the committee. But the fact of the matter is that in Maryland's Constitution, Section 1, Article 8, Section 1 reads as follows: the General Assembly, at its first session after the adoption of the Constitution, shall by law establish throughout the state a thorough and efficient system of free public schools, and shall provide by taxation or otherwise for their maintenance. Clearly, in many jurisdictions that is being done and is being done well, but there are jurisdictions where it's failed and is failing horribly. The purpose of the bill is very simple. We have not just years of schools, certain schools that are failed, but we have generations of children who are simply not learning. And a great example of that would be that the gentleman, Chris Pabst, wrote Failure Factory about this very problem in Maryland, where the money follows the system instead of follows the students. And 84% of Baltimore City eighth graders, I repeat, 84% of Baltimore City eighth graders are illiterate. Those are third world statistics. And no General Assembly in any state should think that a civilized society or a republic can continue with those numbers. Why do we have juvenile crime? Well, it's all interconnected. Because if you aren't learning and you have no options in life and there is no accountability at any level, well, you have nothing to lose. But the children have everything to lose at this point because they simply aren't learning in many schools. I come to this bill with the right position because the purpose of this bill isn't to provide school choice for individuals who are wealthy. To the contrary, this bill is helping the least among us, of which I was one. I grew up in Baltimore in a public school system, which was not good. In fact, the school counselor, it's back when we had school counselors, that was the important person that kind of did a little bit of everything, told my brother Robert, my oldest brother, that because of where he grew up, he had no option of getting ahead in life, and that he should just settle with working at a local factory, or he simply wasn't going to be college material. Within a few short months, my parents did not accept that, and parents, of course, do make a difference, without question. And he ended up getting admitted to the Naval Academy, but actually to the Naval Prep School, because obviously going to such a bad school, the prep school was like, we want to take a look at you first. This is the Rhode Island school, Navy Prep, because we want to see, if you can actually do the work. Well, he did, and then he got into the Naval Academy here in Annapolis, and he not only became a fighter pilot, but then rose eventually when he got out of the Navy to become vice president of Federal Express. Every child should have this opportunity. Every child. And try as you may to pinpoint the bill or pick it apart or whatever, the fact of the matter is something needs to be done. And generation after generation, it is no longer acceptable to do what we are currently doing when 84% of the children that are in 8th grade in Baltimore City are illiterate. So I'm not going to go on for all the obvious reasons, but we know what the failed schools are. They're identified. And of course, we also know that oftentimes the teachers union leadership, not all teachers, of course, because I believe most teachers are wonderful, highly dedicated people, but some of the teachers union leadership constantly try to change the way that we measure progress so as to hide how bad things are. But Chris Pabst didn't let that happen. He wrote this book, and it is an indictment of this General Assembly, an indictment of the public education system. And I don't know about you guys, but I was always taught that monopolies are bad. That includes in education. So yes, we have a constitution that says we should have a free and thorough system of public schools. But what if the public schools aren't teaching kids to learn and kids aren't learning? Well, that might be free, but it's really not working. So for all those reasons, Madam Chairwoman, that is my bill, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for this bill. Any questions? All right, seeing none.
Appreciate it.
No problem. That ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1039. I'm calling 1006 again. All right, let's go to Delegate Stinnett, House Bill 1034. And Delegate, I do have one person signed up favorable, Ellie Colmers. So if you'd like Ellie up with you, or you can, however you prefer.
Not a problem, please, yeah. Right, okay, great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, I am Delegate Sean A. Stinnett. However, today I am here as an advocate and grandson of a child care provider who understands firsthand the responsibility when caring for young children. Operating a child care center where the priority is to ensure children are safe, nurtured, and given every opportunity to learn In early childhood settings, the provider focuses heavily on literacy, motor skills, and social development. However, there is another responsibility that must carry equal weight, protecting children from abuse and being aware when something is wrong. Child abuse is not always visible. It does not always come with bruises. Sometimes it shows up as sudden behavioral changes, withdrawal, aggression, fearfulness, regression, or emotional distress. These are signs that can easily be misunderstood. A child care provider can give children the best curriculum, the best materials, and the best lesson plans. However, if a child is experiencing physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, their ability to learn is deeply impacted. Trauma disrupts development. It interferes with concentration. It affects behavior. It reshapes a child's sense of safety in the world. We want our children to feel safe and comfortable coming to those they look up to shield and protect them. This is why comprehensive child abuse awareness training must be mandatory and not as an elective for all individuals working in child care settings. This training should equip educators to, 1, help prevent abuse with proper education on coming to trusted adults, 2, recognize the signs and indicators of abuse, also understand mandatory reporting laws and reporting procedures, document concerns accurately and responsibly, respond appropriately when a child discloses abuse, support a child emotionally after a report is made, and work collaboratively to minimize further harm. This is not about creating fear, it is about creating preparedness. When properly trained, educators become an extended layer of protection, and the more layers of protection we build around our children, the stronger our safety net becomes, not just inside child care centers, but throughout our communities. If we truly commit to investing in early education, then we must also invest in early protection. A child's mental and emotional safety is just as important as their academic development. Sexual abuse amongst children is one of the most painful and unspoken realities in our community. It is the quiet trauma that too many families carry in silence because the topic feels too uncomfortable, too heavy, or too difficult to confront. Discomfort and fear often prevent open discussions, leaving children vulnerable and without the protection that awareness and education can provide. Sexual abuse against children remains one of the most under-discussed yet devastating issues we face. Our children deserve environments where they are safe in every sense of the word. We must also educate on how to feel comfortable and confident when they come to a trusted adult if abuse occurs. I ask for a favorable report and help us strengthen the safety net that surrounds our youngest citizens. Thank you for your time and your commitment to protecting our children.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Ellie Colmers here on behalf of SEIU Local 500. Who in support of House Bill 1034. Our union represents thousands of working people across Maryland, including child care providers, who play a critical role in the safety, development, and well-being of young children and families. Child care providers are often the first trusted adults outside a child's home to recognize signs of abuse or neglect. HB 1034 appropriately acknowledges this responsibility by ensuring providers receive consistent recurring training on the identification, prevention, and reporting of child abuse. Standardizing this training helps protect children while reinforcing best practices across the child care system. Importantly, this bill strengthens child safety without placing unnecessary financial burdens on workers. The bill relies on a free online training course provided by the state, which is essential for a workforce that is overwhelmingly low paid. SEIU Local 500 appreciates that the sponsor recognizes that safeguarding children should not come at the expense of child care workers' livelihoods. SEIU Local 500 also supports the bill's clarification that child care providers are included as mandatory reporters under Maryland's law. This alignment ensures providers are clearly informed of their responsibilities and protected by consistent standards across professions. When expectations are clear and training is accessible, providers are better equipped to act in the best interest of children. We urge the committee to continue to work with labor representatives and child care stakeholders as this bill moves forward to ensure implementation is fair, supportive, and focused on education and compliance, not punishment. With the right approach, HB 1034 can strengthen child safety while respecting and supporting the dedicated workforce that Maryland families rely on every day. For those reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
So we do have you signed up as favorable with amendment. So
Yes.
usually I call favorable with amendment on a
Got it.
separate panel.
Got it.
But I guess if the sponsor is okay with it, we'll just have you.
Yes, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll just have you both go. Go ahead.
Keep going.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Chris Push, Executive Director on behalf of Maryland State Child Care Association. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1034. MSCCA strongly supports the intent of this bill. Protecting children is a shared responsibility, and ensuring that child care providers are well trained to identify, prevent, and report child abuse and neglect is essential to child safety. Clear understanding of mandated reporter responsibilities under Maryland law is critical, and this bill reinforces that obligation. To be clear, Maryland already has a strong foundation in place. MSDE requires child abuse and neglect training as part of basic health and safety requirements for the child care workforce. Providers complete this training before entering the field and through ongoing professional development annually. House Bill 1034 builds appropriately on this current system, and we support those provisions. However, we do have serious concerns with the enforcement language that would allow suspension or revocation of provider or program license solely for training noncompliance. While accountability matters, license suspension or revocation for administrative training violations would have significant unintended consequences. It could immediately displace children from stable care, disrupt working families who depend on reliable child care, and further reduce child care capacity at a time when Maryland is already facing shortages. Most importantly, training noncompliance, particularly when administrative, should not carry the same penalties as violations that directly endanger children. We believe this bill's goals can be achieved without harming families or access to care. Therefore, we respectfully request amendments to remove suspension and revocation authority tied to the training compliance and to retain corrective action plans as the primary enforcement mechanism. Corrective action plans ensure accountability while keeping children safe in care and supporting providers in coming into compliance. With these amendments, House Bill 1034 can strengthen child protection without unintended harm. We respectfully urge a favorable report with amendments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Randy Albertson. I'm an early childhood educator, trainer, and consultant, and I'm here today to support House Bill 1034 with amendments. At the core, I strongly support the intent of this bill, ensuring that child care providers receive ongoing training in the identification, prevention, and reporting of child abuse and neglect, and reinforcing our responsibilities as mandatory reporters. Protecting children must remain a shared priority, and clear expectations help keep children safer. House Bill 1034 builds on Maryland's existing foundation by requiring completion of child abuse and neglect training within 6 months of employment and every 2 years thereafter, annual certification by each child care entity to MSDE's Division of Early Childhood Development that their staff are in compliance, and clear inclusion of child care providers in the definition of educator or human service worker for mandatory reporting. I do support these provisions. My concern, however, is with the enforcement language proposed in this bill, which authorizes license suspension or revocation for noncompliance with training requirements. Training requirements have become burdensome for our child care community, and revocation or suspension of a license is a very punitive reaction and response to a lack of training, as opposed to providing alternatives to that. When we revoke or suspend a license, it means that children are displaced from stable care, parents scramble and miss work because they do not have access to care, and fewer child care slots in a state that already has a severe shortage. While I do support this bill, I would hope that we can work to to switch to corrective action plans that create accountability rather than the more punitive notes in this bill. I respectfully urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. let's go to questions for these witnesses. Delegate Mayor Kuhn-North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. And did you say you're a grandfather? Did I hear that right?
No, I'm not a grandfather.
Okay, I was like, I misunderstood. I want to make sure
No, the grandson.
Grandson, sorry. I'm like, okay, I missed something. That wasn't my question.
I got two girls. I hope you know.
I that was my question, but I'm glad we cleared up for the record. So you've heard the feedback on the enforcement mechanism. Are you open to amending that language? Do you have some thoughts on?
Yeah, I'm definitely open to it.
Okay.
I mean, of course, the whole crust of this bill is to protect the children and really to get the necessary, the mandatory training and be consistent with the training, based on, because so providers can be fully aware.
Okay.
But I'm definitely open to, as far as to sit, beyond this platform to actually talk about the potential amendments.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Delegate. That ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1034. The next bill, do we have anyone representing House Bill 1006? Okay, all right, House Bill 961, Delegate Miller, and we'll take all three of your bills.
Is Ruth here? Sure.
Okay, well, let's see.
Madam Chair, could you call for Ruth from the brain injury? She
Sure,
signed up.
Ruth
I'm not sure if she's
Carlock, Kevin Linnett, and Duncan Morgan Westrick.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate April Miller, representing Frederick County, here to present House Bill 961, which would allow athletic officials to be part of the concussion protocols designed for the safety of our students. This bill would add officials to the team of first line of defense on monitoring the safety and well-being of athletes and initiating the concussion protocol. I was a sports parent on the sideline for years and years, usually cheering very loudly, much to my own children's embarrassment. But there were moments that time stopped and our collective breath was held when an injury downed a player. We clapped when they hopped up and were able to return to play, and we prayed when EMS had to be activated. It is important to remember that not every head injury is a concussion, and that not every concussion is caused by a direct injury to the head. Concussions can also be caused from any type of impact that causes the brain to suddenly move back and forth inside the head. This could be from a fall or a hit to the body or neck. Some symptoms may appear right away, and some may not appear for hours or days. As an optometrist, I have seen patients devastatingly impacted by concussion. The visual symptoms are often some of the first noticed, as well as some of the more difficult to manage over time. Early signs and symptoms of the visual system at concussion onset include blurred vision, diplopia or double vision, photophobia or light sensitivity, eye pain or discomfort, as well as pupil abnormalities. If someone was suffering from any of these symptoms, think about what that would look like. They might squint or shake their head, they might close one eye or hold on to their temple, and they might wince at the stadium lights or the sun. People close to them may also notice slurred speech or a dazed appearance or a delayed response to answering questions. Now put this in the sports context of this bill. On a football, lacrosse field, field hockey, or soccer field, who is closer to seeing the players' faces or hearing them during play? The coach, the athletic trainer, or the official? Even during volleyball, the officials are closer and see the players' faces, as the same with basketball. So why is it critical for these first signs of concussion to not be missed? After an initial concussion, the brain is in a vulnerable state, making it less able to handle a second impact, even a minor one. The re-injury symptoms can take it from a mild concussion to a full-blown second impact syndrome, which is more likely to lead to devastating consequences such as severe disability or even death. Starting the existing return to play concussion protocols is critical for protecting student athletes. Officials would also need to have the same training on concussions that is currently required for our coaches. This would train them on the necessary skills needed to identify those early onset symptoms and what to watch for in our student athletes. This bill also has an amplification of awareness impact. More individuals in the local community would be trained in concussion sign, symptoms, and protocols. When my son was in 8th grade, he hit his head playing volleyball in PE. He was not evaluated. And then he immediately received a second impact courtesy of a friend who opened a locker in a dumb hallway chase. The message I received from my son showed that he was dazed and confused. I was terrified and immediately went to the school and took him to the doctor. His resulting long-term concussion took him from a straight A student to barely passing 8th grade. It had a profound impact on his life. If concussion protocols would have been followed after the initial injury, then maybe we could have avoided the more serious life-altering impact. That is what this bill is about, another trained set of eyes focused on the safety and well-being of our students so that we can react faster. And I am honored to be seated up here with an amazing panel. Duncan Morgan Westrick, the volleyball official who helped initiate and craft this legislation. Coach Kevin Lynott, a member of the Maryland Football Coaches Association Hall of Fame class of 2025. Yeah. 3-time consecutive state championship Middletown High School football coach, athletic director, and USA Football heads-up master trainer, and Ruth Carlock representing the Brain Injury Association of Maryland. So thank you all for being here, and Madam Chair, I look forward to a favorable report on House Bill 961. Duncan, you want to go? Yep, go ahead next.
Hello there. My name is Duncan Morgan Westrick. I was born and raised in Cockeysville, Gilman class of 2011, and since 2017, I have been a high school volleyball referee after work. Throughout my time as a referee, I encounter 1 or 2 concussion scenarios every season. For the most part, there is no issue. However, there have been a few times when a coach refused to remove a player when the child was clearly showing signs of a concussion. What's worse, in 2022, the MPSSAA told referees that removing a player due to a suspected concussion is a coaching decision. That just seems fundamentally wrong. According to the CDC's Heads Up program, referees play a critical role when a concussion is suspected. They tell referees to remove an athlete. When in doubt, get them out. Despite this, the MPSSAA believe that the wording of the current law prohibits referees from removing a player. In 2025, the Maryland Court of Appeals agreed with them, and today Maryland laws are no longer aligned with the Heads Up program. Not all referees agree with my position, but their testimony is fundamentally flawed. First, the Heads Up program was developed in coordination with the NFHS, who make the rule books for high school sports. Second, many states like Ohio, Illinois, Oklahoma, Arizona, and Minnesota already require referees to remove a player. This is why arguments about adding legal liabilities to referees lack merit. The core responsibilities of a referee are to provide a safe and fair atmosphere for competition. Therefore, willfully ignoring symptoms of concussion and continuing to referee a match when a coach declines to remove a player is not only irreconcilable with a referee's core function, but it also likely constitutes willful negligence or gross indifference. For these reasons, I strongly urge this committee to vote for this common sense and nonpartisan bill that brings Maryland law back into alignment with the Heads Up program and better protects the health and safety of the children in this state. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruth Carlock from the Brain Injury Association of Maryland. The current law on concussion in Maryland does not specify listing athletic officials, such as referees, who should be able to remove a player from the game when a concussion is suspected. However, the proposed law adds athletic officials and referees to that list who should be able to remove someone. This provides a neutral individual who should be able to remove someone given their close proximity and their knowledge of This is consistent with the way professional sports are handled. It is also consistent with federal recommendations. Expanding the pool of trained adults who can recognize potential concussions relieves some of the stress on coaches and parents who may not recognize the signs of concussion in the heat of the moment, particularly if athletic trainers are responsible for multiple games at once, depending on the district and sport. Overall, HB 961 brings Maryland law into the modern era and makes it consistent with national best practices, including CDC's Heads Up program, which emphasizes the role of safety enforcement by officials. Other states have already implemented such measures to increase the safety standards of student athletes. For instance, Oklahoma concussion law requires coaches and officials to undergo concussion training and allow the removal of student athletes from play and concussion is suspected. And youth sports organizations, teams, or game officials may be assessed for penalties if a student athlete is not removed from play if a concussion is suspected. HB 961 will aid in mitigating the long-term effects of concussions of youth athletes. Adolescents are considered a vulnerable group that are prone to suffering from concussions, especially if they are actively engaged in sporting activities. The long-term consequences of suffering a concussion can be severe as they affect mental well-being, cognitive abilities, and general well-being of the individual. The situation is worse if the individual continues to play a sport after suffering the concussion. We respectfully ask for a favorable review of this bill.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Lynott. I serve as an athletic director and have experience implementing concussion safety protocols in high school athletics. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin clearly stating I support the goal of protecting student athletes from concussions. Maryland already has strong protections in place in the 2011 Student Athlete Safety Law, which requires concussion education, immediate removal when a concussion is suspected, and written medical clearance before the return of play. My perspective today is about how the new language functions during live athletic competition. In real-time events, there's established structures. Officials manage the game, coaches remove athletes, medical personnel evaluate. That structure helps protect athletes while keeps the events orderly and safe. For example, just last week, during a basketball game, a player hit his head on the floor and briefly appeared dizzy. The official appropriately asked that the athlete be evaluated. We immediately removed him from play. As the athletic director and trained in concussion recognition, I conducted a sideline symptom review, asked orientation questions, observing any signs or symptoms. After several minutes of observation, the athlete showed no signs consistent with the concussion and reported feeling normal. Under our current protocol, that situation was treated as a precautionary evaluation. However, under unclear statutory language, a temporary removal like that could potentially interrupt and be interpreted as a formal concussion determination requiring medical clearance before they return to play. That type of ambiguous situation, I hope the committee will consider clarifying. I strongly support empowering reporting. Anyone should be felt comfortable raising concerns, but reporting and executing removal are two different things. Removal during a contest should follow a clear operational process, and so athletes can be protected while the events remain considerably constant and orderly. The language should emphasize suspected concussion rather than implying a diagnosis. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much to all of the witnesses. Are there any questions on this bill? Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So why a referee? Like, isn't there an athletic director or someone that's there to make that decision?
So in my experience, I see an athletic trainer, for example, when I referee volleyball around 10% of the time. And a lot of the times there are multiple contests at the school at the same time, like a volleyball game, a football game, a soccer game. If I was training concussions, I would absolutely be at that football game, which leaves a lot of the other sports really uncovered. And these rules that are written are kind of written in a way that suggests that there's someone right there to make a determination or diagnosis, and that's just rarely the case, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Pastor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
will this bill impact both public and private schools and athletic programs?
That's a great question. So right now, this bill will impact public schools and private and rec leagues who use public school facilities. This doesn't directly impact private schools or rec leagues that don't use public school facilities. However, in my experience, they also implement the NFHS rules. That's almost universal. And they take the lead from public schools in terms of interpretations of law and policy. So I would have no doubt that they would also follow those policies and interpretations as well if this bill was passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the bill. I've listened to the testimony. I wanted to ask, are there other states that have this law now?
Yeah, so again, big grain of salt, I'm not a legal expert or a legal scholar, but from my research, there are 5 states that explicitly allow referees: Ohio, Illinois, Oklahoma, Arizona, and Minnesota. But even states that have language like ours that doesn't explicitly mention referees, they're interpreting it to include referees. Florida is an example. I started my refereeing career in Florida. It's very similar to Maryland's. We absolutely removed players when we suspected a concussion, and I did. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, concussions, bad news. And thank you for coming out. In just following up quickly on Delegate Pasteur's question, I'm sure then the private schools wouldn't mind being included as a matter of rule rather than as a matter of being voluntarily part of this. I don't know if you want to comment on that. That's kind of neat. Just isn't that
Yeah, so the Maryland concussion laws, there's 2 laws. The law that's being amended here is specifically for private schools, but there is an entirely separate and pretty much identical law that would deal with youth programs, which would include private schools.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
It's helpful.
Yeah,
so you're talking from the point of an official, but there are 2 other groups included here. One is school personnel. Is this anyone who's hired in any way by school, or is this a volunteer? I mean, I don't see a definition of this bill, but it may exist somewhere else, and I didn't have time to hunt around for it, I'm sorry to say.
Thank you for asking the question. Yes, there is an amendment that I have that more explicitly defines that to the licensed athletic trainer and having them be a role in it.
And I appreciate that you've included parents or guardians, but I think we'd all agree that any parent who says, you have to take my kid out of the game, you'd sort of be legally required to listen to the parent's order. So I don't mind having them in there. I'm not sure it's a necessary addition, unless you can explain to me why.
I'll let the coach who's used to game management answer that one.
Yeah, so the intent of this is excellent. The execution, and there's many times during an athletic contest where people are bumped, hit. There's jolts in basketball, football, all the time. And but there's an operational integrity that has to happen. And currently right now, the referees, what I'm 100% in favor for is the education of referees going through the concussion protocols. Absolutely 100%. The one thing where I might slight differently and have an amendment is the operational process, where if the referee does ask for a evaluation, that means a probable head injury, not saying it's concussion, saying they need to be evaluated. Just like I gave you a real life example of last week as an athletic director, and I'm at a private school now, 30 years in the public schools, now I'm at a private school, and it's correct, private schools do follow the lead of what happens with the state. But in my situation, there was no athletic trainer. I was the athletic director in charge of game management. I took the player, went through the protocol, and went through a screening process for signs and symptoms that we've been trained in nationally. And through that, player was absolutely fine. The hit looked like, he took a hit, but, signs and symptoms didn't display that. He sat on the bench for about 10 minutes, was fine, and he could return to play.
Yeah, my question was about the inclusion of parents. I don't think you've come to that yet. Why are they included? And also, I'm just going to throw this out here. It sounds a little cold, but I'm going to say it. If you let school personnel remove students from a game, They may have a conflict of interest in doing that, okay?
Yeah, so the reason parents were included, and actually they're already included in the current law, is because they're required to be trained by the Department of State when it comes to concussions.
Every parent is required to be trained?
Yes, under the current law.
You mean if my kid is playing in a game, I have to be trained in concussion protocol?
Yeah, I'll take that. I know from the public schools, they're given information, they have to read, and they have to sign that they acknowledge the sign and symptoms of a concussion in the protocol.
Fair enough, thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
And it's just a technical question, so we can come to that. How about the question on school personnel?
So in terms of school personnel, again, that's a word that's already in the current law, and it was really kind of designed to be like athletic trainers, coaches, and people, school representatives at that match.
You're answering a different question. My question is, couldn't someone who's interested in having someone out of a game because they're doing really well for the other team say that they are concussed and insist they be out of the game?
I would say no. Partly, if a coach, I wouldn't say a coach has a duty of care to an opposing player, for example. As a referee, I would just use my common sense.
Yeah.
I would not stop the game if I
Not
think
a referee,
shit is happening.
and maybe not even a coach, but somebody who's a school personnel is who I'm actually asking.
Yeah, so that's my whole purpose of my testimony is the chain of command.
Okay.
And basically the procedural, and I think the integrity of it must be kept. The actual removal, official removal, should be the coach, athletic director, athletic trainer. They should have the responsibility. I'm all for and I understand our officials. I think officials being totally trained and knowing that they have called for an evaluation. So, like our witness just testified, there's many times where he's seen that. Well, the onus should be on the coach, athletic trainer, and the school officials.
I agree.
Because, with officials right now, this is my perspective as athletic director, they're getting yelled at. They have a whole bunch of responsibility. It's a shortage to begin with. And I know that type of situation, but the intent of them being educated and reporting it is critical.
And you've reiterated that. My question was a little bit, so I think perhaps we could we could actually establish the chain of command you speak of here as part of the bill. And I asked the sponsor if that would be something.
I agree. I
Okay.
absolutely agree.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 961. Delegate Miller will take 966 next.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate April Miller, representing Frederick County, here to present House Bill 966, State Board of Education Enforcement Procedures Alterations. This bill addresses a procedural gap that has left local school systems in an untenable position. In late 2025, the Maryland State Board of Education amended COMAR. This change gave the state superintendent the authority to stay a local board's action indefinitely while an appeal is pending. While the intent to prevent the stop and start cycle of school governance is understandable, we have inadvertently created a black hole of time. Currently, there are no statutory limits on how long an appeal can take. We have seen cases regarding the removal of leadership drag on for 6 months, a year, or even longer. House Bill 966 provides the necessary stopwatch for this process. It mandates that an appeals process regarding the removal of a local superintendent or board member must not exceed 90 days. Under this legislation, an appeals process may exceed 90 days if due process demands the extension or the state board determines that an extension is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public health or safety. The clarifying amendment, per the request of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, incorporates the local board member removal process. In the world of education, 90 days is a whole academic quarter. When a school system's leadership is in question, the entire organization holds its breath. Teachers and administrators cannot effectively plan for the next semester or the next budget cycle when they don't know who their permanent leader is. The citizens who elected their local board members expect those officials to be able to carry out their duties, and when a state-level stay freezes a local decision indefinitely, it effectively silences the voice of local voters. And every day that the school system spends in a leadership vacuum is a day that resources and attention are being pulled away from student achievement and safety. And I want to be very clear, this is a very balanced bill. We're not prioritizing speed over justice. House Bill 966 explicitly allows the 90-day limit to be exceeded if due process demands it, which would involve a case that's particularly complex or requires additional evidentiary hearings. That clock can be extended. And then if there's an immediate resolution that would jeopardize the safety of staff, students, the state board maintains the flexibility to act. And we worked with the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, or MABE, to ensure that the language specifically covers both the termination of superintendents and the removal of local board members, covering all the bases for leadership stability. While there has been a lot of back and forth between offices on this matter, the state board appears to be making strides toward their regulatory efficiency. Our local school systems still need the certainty of statutory guarantee. We cannot have a system where justice is delayed is justice denied for our local communities. We need a process that is swift, transparent, and final. By passing House Bill 966, we are telling our teachers, parents, and students that their stability is a priority. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 966.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions on this bill? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 966. Let's go now to House Bill 973.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am Delegate April Miller, here today to present House Bill 973, which is a critical piece of legislation designed to bring much-needed transparency and long-term accountability to Maryland's highest educational governing bodies. House Bill 973 applies Enhanced Open Meetings Act requirements to, and I did amend, it was a drafting error that was most likely my fault, amended to the Maryland State Board of Education instead of MSDE, and the Accountability and Implementation Board, or AIB, as well as our local county boards of education. Specifically, it mandates that these entities post meeting agendas and supporting materials 48 hours in advance, provide live video streaming and archive recordings of all open sessions, and retain minutes and recording for at least 15 years, a significant increase from current standards to ensure the historical record of our children's education remains accessible. This committee recently considered, and the House passed, House Bill 154, which was sponsored by Delegate Corman, which applied similar transparency standards to local boards of education. House Bill 973 is the logical and necessary next step. I have also requested amendments that match the retention time frame of House Bill 154, going from the 15 years to the 5 years that was in Delegate Corman's bill. The reason why I had originally said the 15 years is because that does cover usual time that a student is within our school system, and it does add an element that needs to be addressed, which is the archiving process. These minutes are part of historical records. The state board and many local systems actually have minutes that go back almost 100 years, bound in books. So how do we retain this piece of historical record in this new age of live streamed and video minutes? While House Bill 154 focused on the local boards, House Bill 973 ensures that state-level entities like the Maryland State Board and the AIB are held to that same high standard. If we are asking our local school boards to be transparent, the State Board and the powerful AIB, which oversees billions of dollars in blueprint for Maryland's future funding, we must lead by example. We cannot have that transparency gap between local and state education governance. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. When agendas are posted in advance with finalized documents, the public has a meaningful chance to understand what is being voted on. And this prevents surprise votes and ensures the state board and the AIB remain responsive to the citizens they serve. House Bill 973 does not create a new burden. It simply standardizes the expectations of transparency for the bodies that hold the future of Maryland's children in their hands. It aligns our state-level boards with the transparency requirements that we are already moving toward in our local boards. And I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 973.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 973.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Miller. Next up, Delegate Hutchinson, House Bill 1006.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, District 37B from the beautiful Eastern Shore, and I'm presenting on my capacity as the chair of the Talbot County delegation. Today I'm presenting House Bill 1006, Talbot County Public Schools Schedule Options. I don't want to take too much of your time today, as you heard nearly the identical bill, I think last week from Montgomery County delegation. The exception is that we're not asking this to be an emergency bill. This bill authorizes Talbot County Board of Education to implement an alternative school scheduling model that prioritizes total instructional hours over the traditional 180-day calendar requirement. So under this legislation, the county may operate for fewer than 180 days per year, provided they still meet the state mandated minimum hours of attendance by eliminating some disruptive early dismissal days. Similar to what you heard from Montgomery County, the early dismissal days are burdensome. They add additional labor costs, they're disruptive to students, they have low attendance days, and unnecessary transportation costs. The Talbot County Board of Education feels strongly that this change will not sacrifice the quality of education and learning for the students, and will provide additional time for professional development for all teachers and staff. I noticed yesterday there was a letter of opposition from MSDE clarifying the high school hours still need to be 1170. I thought I was going to have to amend that. I went to the amendment office. They actually came back and said that MSDE's assertions to the bill are incorrect, that there was not a need for the amendment, that the bill actually, and how it's written in COMAR, will still require the 1,080 for under high school, and then 1,170 hours for high school students. So it doesn't change the hours regardless of the school that's there. So on behalf of the Talbot County Board of Education, I ask for your favorable support on House Bill 1006.
Delegate, I do have a question for you, and I appreciate this bill. I know different school systems are having challenges around the school schedule, especially after all the snow days that we've had. And I'm reading your legislation quickly, but it seems to take perhaps a different approach than on the previous.
I am just sorry. I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing you right now.
It is a little loud out there. I was saying that I appreciate the legislation. I know a lot of systems are having challenges around the school schedule and calendar, especially with all the snow days that we've experienced. Upon just taking a quick review of your legislation, it seems a little bit different than the last one on this topic that we passed. And you don't have to tell me right now, but I wanted to know if you were amenable to something that's more in a similar format to the one that previously passed out of this committee.
Absolutely happy to look at that. I'm not familiar with what you're, I'm a little bit out of my element in ways and means. So I'd be happy to look at that and see what Talbot County will that work for them.
We can chat.
There's a chair for you anytime.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Next up, Madam Vice Chair, House Bill 1050.
Thank you, and good afternoon once again, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark, pleased to be here to present House Bill 1050. This bill is a straightforward, collaborative step to strengthen how Maryland educates students about organ, eye, and tissue donation. House Bill 1050 requires the State Department of Education, when developing or updating instructional guidance or materials on organ donation, to consult with the nonprofit entity that operates Maryland's donor registry and with the federally designated organ procurement organization serving our state. It also allows use of existing materials that are age-appropriate, medically accurate, evidence-based, and consistent with Maryland law. Now, importantly, this is not a curriculum bill. It does not mandate curriculum or direct educators on what to teach. Instead, it simply ensures that when these topics are addressed, schools have access to the most accurate and responsible information available from the medical and public health experts who work in this space every day. This approach respects the roles of educators while strengthening the quality of information available to students. Teachers remain the experts in instruction, and the State Department of Education maintains authority over curriculum guidance. HB 1050 simply builds a bridge between educators and subject matter experts so that students and families receive information that is medically sound, age-appropriate, and consistent statewide. Organ donation is a life-saving public health issue that touches families across Maryland. Yet many young people graduate without a clear understanding of what donation is, how it works, or how to register. Providing accurate, expert-informed educational resources helps students make informed decisions as future drivers, voters, and community members. It also encourages family conversations and reduces misinformation. House Bill 1050 is about partnership, public health, and informed decision-making for the next generation of Marylanders. It will ensure that when organ donation is discussed in our schools, it will be done thoughtfully, responsibly, and accurately. I respectfully ask for your favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Feldmark for authoring this important piece of legislation and to the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1050. My name is Lisa Spicknell, and I'm the Executive Director for Donate Life Maryland. As the state-authorized nonprofit responsible for managing the state's donor registry, we proudly work alongside of our organ procurement partner, Infinite Legacy, hospitals, educators, and community partners to increase awareness about organ, eye, and tissue donation. We see how every day education and accurate information shapes life-saving decisions. House Bill 1050 is a practical, collaborative step to ensure students receive accurate information about organ, eye, and tissue donation. It encourages consultation with the nonprofit that manages the donor registry and the federally designated organ procurement organization serving the state when these materials are developed or updated. Most importantly, it ensures schools have access to current, age-appropriate, medically accurate, evidence-based resources. Students are often first asked about organ donation when applying for their learner's permit, yet many have never received clear factual information about what donation means or how it saves lives. Providing accurate education helps students understand the science, address common misconceptions, discuss their decisions with their families, and make informed decisions in the future. Importantly, this bill does not mandate curriculum or instruct educators on how to teach the topic. Instead, it supports schools by encouraging collaboration with the subject matter experts so that any information shared with students is accurate, responsible, and consistent across Maryland. Organ donation impacts thousands of Maryland families every year. Strengthening education builds awareness, supports informed consent, and fosters compassion and civic responsibility among the next generation. With that, I ask for a favorable report for House Bill 1050.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and committee members, my name is Karen Kennedy. I'm the Vice President of External Affairs at Infinite Legacy. Infinite Legacy is the federally designated organ procurement organization that serves 10 million citizens here throughout the state of Maryland, Northern Virginia, and Washington, D.C. We are the organization whose clinicians, social workers, and other support team members work side by side in the hospital when families are facing the decision about donation. We're honored also to work with and support Donate Life Maryland. House Bill 1050 offers an important opportunity to enhance the ongoing partnership among our organization, Donate Life Maryland, and the dedicated teachers throughout the state of Maryland. This bill would strengthen that collaboration with the State Department of Education in consultation, not curriculum development, with our organizations. As we sit here with you today, more than 30 students from Montgomery County School System are at our Baltimore offices learning about donation, thanks to this very collaboration and consultation between the dedicated teachers and our organization. This is the spirit of the bill. Our organization has the honor and the privilege to sit beside families in the hospital who are facing tremendous loss to offer the gift of life through donation. When families know what their loved one would have wanted, it provides tremendous comfort, and we see that every day. Bills like this contribute to young Marylanders obtaining and learning the knowledge that helps them to make informed decisions about donation. Today, there are more than 2,500 Maryland citizens on the waiting list for a solid organ transplant. Thousands more who could benefit from the gift of sight that a cornea donation can provide. Thank you for your consideration, and we request a favorable report.
Thank you. We have a panel, but let's find out if we have questions for the sponsored panel here. Delegate Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you have these conversations about transplants, do you talk about, go the gamut in terms, you just mentioned something about one of the transplants, but do you do talk about all kinds of transplants? Because what we get more often than not are those big organs, the larger organs, so people connected really with life or death. But, well, I'll say that I have a transplant, and it would change my life if I hadn't gotten it. No one ever talks about it because it's small, but if someone hadn't made a decision, I would be completely blind. So that's my question. When you have it, and sometimes it's easier for people to receive when you start with something that seems small versus something that would be a matter of life and death. So what do you include?
That is a very important question. So when we're in the hospital working with a family and working with the care team, providing care for that potential donor, the scope of gifts that we talk about will in part come from what gifts they might be able to give. And with that, families, it's incredible the privilege to sit with families who want to learn more and hear. So to answer your question, we talk about the scope of gifts that might be possible. And that can include all of the solid organs, as you mentioned, the heart, liver, kidneys. Most people don't know about tissue donation. I'm a critical care nurse. I didn't fully understand corneas, as we talked about, skin that helps burn patient, bone that can help someone who needs a fusion surgery to be able to walk, a whole host of. So I hope I'm answering your question. We do explore those gifts that are possible with every family.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
And thank you. Are there any other questions for the sponsor panel? Okay, seeing none, we have 4 people to testify in person favorable. They are Allison Gonzalez, Cooper Altman, Jake Altman, and Shani Kamberi. You can all come forward, please, and take a seat. It looks like the sponsor likes you so much, he's going to sit with you.
Why not?
can actually go in any order you like, but if you like it in the order I called you, that seems fair.
Well, I'll start if that's okay with everyone.
You can do that.
Hello, Ways and Means Committee. My name is Johnny Camberry. I am a rising pediatrician at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. I am testifying on behalf of myself in strong support of this bill. This all started 10 years ago. I was a high school student in Montgomery County at 15 years old, sitting at the DMV getting my permit. I was asked whether or not I wanted to be an organ donor. I said no, not because I opposed organ donation, but because I did not understand it. I had never been meaningfully taught what organ donation had meant. A year later, my English teacher at the time, Mr. Boss, stood in front of our class and shared that he had received a heart transplant. I remember sitting there stunned, realizing that someone I saw every day was alive because another family had said yes. I went home, learned more, spoke with my family, and changed my designation to become an organ donor. Because of that experience, in 2017, as an undergrad student at the University of Maryland, I wrote legislation that intended to incorporate organ donation education into Maryland's high school curricula. After 2 legislative sessions and a final out-of-session compromise in 2019, organ donation has become part of health classes statewide. In 2020, Mr. Boss passed away. His heart transplant had given him years that he otherwise would not have had, years spent teaching, mentoring students like me on organ donation. Expanding and strengthening organ donation education is part of the legacy he left behind. It is how I honor him. And this is the next responsible step. We must ensure that the information on donation is accurate, consistent, and developed in consultation with the entities that operate Maryland's donor registry. They are the experts who understand the science, the ethics, the real-world logistics of donation and transplantation. Without their input, education risks becoming inconsistent, outdated, or incomplete. Students across Maryland, regardless of teacher, school, or county, deserve standardized, evidence-based instruction before they are asked to make a decision at the DMV. As a result, I urge a favorable report on HB 1050. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Altman, and I'm a current freshman at York College of Pennsylvania, as well as a 2025 alum from the Biomedical Allied Health Magnet Program at Glen Burnie High School. Through the BEMA programs, I had the opportunity to learn more about organ donation, which I carried into my senior year capstone project with this research and the experience of one of my health teachers that have brought me here to testify. Through my research, I've learned that organ donation is a topic that is not simply about teaching facts and procedures. I've learned that there is an abundance of misconceptions surrounding organ donation. A survey conducted by Donate Life America in 2010 showed that 5,100 respondents, over 50% of them had some sort of incorrect understanding of organ donation. And being a former student at Glen Burnie, I had the opportunity to be taught by Matthew Bugenhagen, a health teacher who was a kidney recipient in college due to kidney failure. And without his intimate knowledge of the organ donation process and the research I conducted as part of my BEMA projects, I'm not sure that I'd have a complete understanding of organ donation as a whole. According to the National Donor Waitlist, each day, 17 people die waiting for an organ. Students who can effectively understand what it means to become an organ donor can help address this very crisis. With that said, the field of organ donation is constantly changing and advancing, and Mr. B's experience is not the whole picture of what organ donation entails. Given the nuance and importance of the topic and the breadth of health and physical education classes, it's essential that the curriculum be factual and informed by expert insight and guidance. The students of today will one day become the teachers and mentors of tomorrow. They will have their own decisions to make and ideas to pass on to future generations. But with so many of these young thinkers lacking an understanding of organ donation, how to register, or how can save tremendous numbers of lives, it becomes impossible to make an informed decision. Appropriately informed students can now make the most logical and knowledgeable decisions in the future. Passing House Bill 1050 gives today's students the ability to make the best decisions possible so that tomorrow's students can continue to make those intelligent choices for the better with the most accurate information as advised by the experts in the field. Thank you all for this opportunity. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Safe at the plate. Got right in there. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alison Gonzalez. I'm a 12th grade in the Biomedical Allied Health Magnet Program at Glen Burnie High School in Anne Arundel County. I am testifying today in support of House Bill 1050 and urge the committee to vote in support of this legislation. This bill is important to me because many people my age are living with uncertainty and fear, often guided by misinformation through peers and social media. This can make serious topics like organ donation feel confusing and intimidating. Providing medically accurate and evidence-based information can help replace this uncertainty with understanding, empowering students to make informed choices. Thank you, chairs and members of the committee, for your time and consideration. As students, we are learning to make decisions that shape our future, and with accurate information, especially on important health decisions that can make an impact in people's lives. House Bill 1050 ensures that students receive adequate information about organ donation, giving students confidence in their health-related decisions. I respectfully ask you to support House Bill 1050.
Thank you for your testimony. And finally,
my name is Cooper Altman. I'm a senior in the Biomedical Allied Health Program at Glen Burnie High School and Jacob's brother. I'm here to testify in support of HB 1050. This issue is important to me because I know that for many people across the country and a growing number of people, organ donation is their only option. However, many of the students at my school had almost no knowledge about organ donation. That meant their organs would be taken from them while they were still alive, or they had heard about it while they were getting their learner's permits and said no. Right now, we have the benefit of our time and our health to make the right choice and to let facts guide our decisions. Misinformation and a lack of education in schools can and will have a fatal consequence for the most vulnerable people in our society. We may not be them today, but we may become them in the future. I respectfully urge the Ways and Means Committee to support this bill favorably. Thank you.
thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for this panel? Yes, I see one. Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and thank you for bringing the bill, Delegate. Just a question is where do you, and I asked this when we had discussions about it in my office previously, where do you see parents, or where do parents fit into this role in the discussions, in the education, and in the actual permission of?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's nice speaking with you again. The purpose of the education that we want the students to receive is to stimulate a conversation with the parents. Everything is still going to be done with coordinates of the parents up until the child is 18. And that is a discussion that I have with my father, who's sitting behind me, when I learned about organ donation. But it's all to stimulate a conversation so that when a student goes in, they can make an informed decision with the consent of their parents.
Okay, yeah, just want to be clear, like if they're under 18, none of that happens without parent consent, even no matter what it says on the driver's license. Is that right? Okay. And then, and a lot of this is meant to, and part of the curriculum would say, talk to your parents about this, have the discussion, start the discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I also have a question from Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Delegate Feldmark, for bringing this proposal of legislation to us. I should have asked the first panel, but just an observation. In my community with my organization, the Links Incorporated, Donate to Life is one of our initiatives. And I will certainly offer that there is a challenge in terms of African American, many ethnic groups. I just won't say African Americans, but many ethnic groups. And so I think it's really important for particularly the students who are in school to understand that the value or the understanding and the history of why there is so much discontent regarding donations, but there is certainly a need. And I think it's really important that that be understood when it is shared. So I certainly applaud what you've done because it is so essential, because so many people, as you've noted, are waiting for donations. So thank you again.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee for this panel? Okay, seeing none, I think we've exhausted our positive, favorable witnesses, and with that, we'll conclude the hearing on House Bill 1050. If you'll stay, we have another piece of legislation from Delegate Feldmark, House Bill 1254, please. And I gather you have some people you'd like to hang out with you up there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if my panel can join me, please.
Always.
It's all yours.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Once again, for the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark pleased to be presenting House Bill 1254. This committee knows well, as do students, parents, school employees, and anyone who has spent a significant amount of time in a school, that education support professionals, or ESPs, keep our schools running. Student success depends not only on quality instruction, but also on the school-wide support network of paraeducators, food service workers, administrative support, custodial staff, school bus drivers, and more. Educational support professionals are exactly that, professionals. House Bill 1254 recognizes their professionalism in two critically important ways. One is by ensuring at least 2 full days of in-person, high-quality, paid professional development each school year. This could include collaborating with teachers and paraeducators to improve student performance and behavior, improving student health and safety, training on crisis prevention and de-escalation, safe physical restraint, or job skills training appropriate for specific ESP groups. The other major component of this bill is to establish a process for MSDE to review and approve any proposed service contracts outsourcing professional roles. Years ago, Maryland established guardrails around outsourcing state positions to private contractors. These provisions protect not only state employees, but also Maryland taxpayers, as apparent savings associated with privatization often do not bear out over the long run. House Bill 1254 seeks to extend similar protections to our school systems by establishing specific guardrails, including requiring that the county board has taken formal and positive steps to consider alternatives to a service contract, a detailed comparison of the cost of the service contract versus the cost of using school employees, and a formal plan of assistance for all school employees who would be adversely affected by the service contract. My panel will go into more detail on each aspect of the bill, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you in advance for your consideration and a favorable report.
And thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We have Paul Lemley representing MSEA for testimony.
Good afternoon, Delegate Ebersol. It's a little dubious to see you chairing anything, but and members of the committee. My name is Paul Lemley.
The only person who does that normally is Delegate Buckle. Everybody else manages to keep it.
President of the Maryland State Education Association, representing 76,000 educators. Super proud of Delegate Ebersol and school employees across Maryland. I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1254. Despite the essential role that our support professionals play, too often they're impacted negatively by the employer's decision to subcontract and privatize essential school services that are typically performed by public school employees. When outside vendors and for-profit companies are providing essential school services, rather than our educators who know their students' names, know their schools, know their communities, it can negatively impact the workers, lead to disruption in those essential services, and negatively affect our students and our families. Research shows that there's significant downsides to outsourcing these professional roles and jobs. We've seen instances of loss of public control over these services, loss of control over cost savings, and loss of accountability and transparency. This can negatively affect the school's ability to respond to emergencies, lose institutional expertise, have reductions in wages and benefits, disrupt the school culture, and all of that with disproportionate impacts to women and people of color. School systems claim that this legislation will be disruptive and impossible to enforce. We can't hire. It's not what the bill says. We're trying to raise standards so we attract and retain the highest quality educators for our students. Our schools are our communities, and our students need educators who are part of and invested in those communities. Outsourcing can destroy that. Passing this bill makes the school system show their work. Instead of just making the claim that the outsourcing is good and that it produces savings, show that's true. And if outside companies' employees will work with our children, then the community and the educators in the system deserve to know all the details. This is a simple, incredible, important matter of transparency, and we urge a favorable report. And our ESP of the year, Stephanie Patterson, will speak to the professional development aspect.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Delegate Ebersol and committee. My name is Stephanie Patterson, proud member of the Calvert Association of Educational Support Staff, serving as a secretary for CHESPACS within Calvert County Public Schools and MSEA ESP of the Year. I am here today in strong support of House Bill 1254. Paid professional development for education support professionals is crucial as it helps close equity gaps in students, supports career growth, and fosters skill acquisition. In turn, it enhances job safety, increases staff retention, and ensures that staff remain effective, valued, and well-respected. Currently, the access to high-quality, meaningful, and consistent PD for ESPs varies widely year by year, district to district, building to building in the state of Maryland. Staff have identified that some counties offer no options. Others provide training that is too broad and not job-related. In some districts, it has been noted that if dedicated training exists, it is piecemeal and lacks true professional value, while yet others can collaborate with teachers, engage in safety training, receive informed guidance on trauma response, behavioral issues, crisis response and prevention, and skills related to support students with disabilities. This bill would create a unified system that would provide training to facilitate paraeducators and teachers working as a team, training for ESPs to collaborate with paraeducators and teachers to improve student outcomes, ESP training to improve student learning environments, such as school buildings, buses, playgrounds, athletic facilities, cafeterias, etc., paraprofessional training on safe physical restraints, ESP training on crisis prevention and de-escalation, and job skills training specific to certain ESP job classifications. Our ESPs have expressed the need and their desire to have meaningful and dedicated professional development opportunities. Thank you. We urge the committee for a favorable report on House Bill 1254. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for this panel? Yes, we have one. Delegate Griffith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for bringing this bill. So as Delegate Feldmark knows, this is very near and dear to my heart. I have a son who's in the STRIVE program in Harford County, so he's in that one-on-one classroom setting, so this is obviously very important to me. I'm trying to understand the fiscal note, though, because the fiscal note only says it's like net effects is negative 340 grand. But does that take into the account what this would do at the local level to the overall effect at the local level? Sure, it's a small price to pay to, and transparency and oversight is very, very important to me, so I fully support that. But does this contemplate the net effect at the local level of what this would do with having to potentially end contracts, things of that nature?
So this bill wouldn't require any existing contracts to be terminated. This would.
Sure, but I'm sorry, go ahead, sorry.
No, I thought that was your question in terms of ending existing contracts.
The bill doesn't require it, but from my understanding reading the bill, if I'm wrong, please correct me, it puts in a system in place that the net effect may require, if it doesn't show more than 20% savings, they cannot consider teacher salaries as part of that. So there will be some contracts that will be ended as a result of that, potentially, and because 20% is a pretty big margin, especially depending on the size of the contract. And if those contracts are forced to end as a result of this bill, then there will be a local physical effect. And this doesn't really contemplate that. So can you just speak to that a little bit?
So, I mean, I think one of the key points is that when we look at, and this is why there's sort of the careful analysis, the more detailed analysis in terms of the cost comparison, is that often the savings that contracts claim, right, do not bear out over time when those contracts are in place, as they're being implemented, as needs arise and additional fees get added, as the needs of the school system may, you know, when school system employees are there, there's a lot of flexibility. With a contractor, not so much. And those additional fees end up adding up. So a lot of the time, the apparent savings really don't bear out over time.
And just to be clear, my intent of the question, like, I have plenty of concerns about outsourcing these services, right? We've seen in like foster care system, we outsourced that and then a girl killed herself, right? So that's I'm not saying this is the right solution. I just want to make sure because, you know, the blueprints put tremendous financial pressure on local school districts. Baltimore County is right now planning to lay off like 300 people is what I read in the news as a result of some of these issues. And I just don't want to inadvertently create some additional physical impacts that would be, the net effect would be detrimental to local school systems. So that was the intent of my question. So I thank you for answering.
Got it. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Pasteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this bill. Can you elaborate a little bit on the responsibility factor, if you will, or the sense of responsibility or caring when you outsource versus having people who are in the system, who are paid by the system? And with that, will you respond to procedures and roles when the system has a set of rules? Very often the contracted ones, I believe is so, have their own rules. And how does that play in terms of having that contracted person following the system rules or doing whatever it is they are hired to do in the school?
You want to speak to the
first part?
Sure.
So, Delegate Pasteur, if I understood your question correctly, what's the familiarity of an existing employee versus a contractor with their students and their community?
Yes, and following the rules of the system versus the rules of the company.
Sure, I'll give you a super brief example. I was the sponsor of the class of 2024 at Reservoir High School in Howard County. We arranged for seniors to take a bus trip at the end of their school year, and we have new contracted bus drivers. They did not show on the day of the field trip, and the reverse is the regular bus drivers knew the names of every single student. That plays out throughout a system. When we have long-standing employees who know their communities and know their families, the relationships are a central part of how we educate kids. And the second part of your question, procedurally, I think is probably better for the delegate. You meant about how the contracts would be done?
No, policy.
Oh, those employees follow?
Yeah, like if let's say it's a substitute who happens to be in Baltimore County, and there's an issue, the system doesn't handle whatever the issue is with that substitute as they used to, because they come under a service now.
Right. There's sort of a chain of command issue, right, where the contractors report up to their private company as opposed to the school itself. And I think that's part of where we see a real disconnect that can compromise the value of service to the students and to the school community.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other questions for the panel? Okay, I'm just double checking. Also signed up, I have Jessica Cook, but you're here just to answer questions today. It's accurate. I also want to point out that personal privilege, I have a teacher buddy in the audience. Amy Brooks is here today to just tag along. It's great to see you. If it's short, sure, yeah. Delegate Griffith.
Sorry, I never take a second bite of the apple. Just clarification, would this affect bus contracts too? I heard that brought up. I just want to make sure.
New contracts, yes.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, that ends the testimony on House Bill 1254. I'm now going to call House Bill 1011. Delegate Fair.
May I call up the panel with me?
Would you please?
Lauren Lamb and Ronnie Taylor and Jaden Ferris, if they're in the room. Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the committee, and Alistair, I guess.
Anyone want to move unfavorable right now? Anyone at all? And we thought we were glad to see you back.
I am so happy to be back. I'm so excited. There's not a lot of glee around here, I guess, for me.
Sure. Absolutely. I'm just trying.
Colleagues, for the record, I'm Delegate Chris Fair, here to present House Bill 1011, which establishes a work group to study policies to support transgender and gender diverse students. Across the country and here in Maryland, transgender and gender diverse students have become targets of political rhetoric, misinformation, and culture war attacks. These young people represent a small and vulnerable population, yet they receive an outsized amount of scrutiny. What we are witnessing is plainly the exploitation of children for political gain. House Bill 1011 asks us to shift the conversation. Instead of debating restrictions, what would it look like if we actually affirmed and supported these students statewide? Over the past decade, I've seen firsthand how thoughtful, clearly defined policies informed by the public, parents and children alike, can transform school environments. In Frederick County, Policy 443 has guided our schools since 2017. It was shaped by extensive public feedback and has stood the test of time, legal challenges, and community debate. Most importantly, it has improved day-to-day experiences for all students by embedding dignity, safety, and clarity into school procedures. But a student's access to these protections, protections related to privacy, expression, safety, and identity, should not depend on their zip code. Today, Maryland has a patchwork of policies. Some counties provide strong, transparent guidance that fully implement state anti-discrimination laws. Others offer only partial protections, and many counties have no specific policy addressing the needs of transgender and gender diverse students at all. This uneven landscape creates confusion for parents and students, inconsistency for administrators and educators, and unnecessary litigation risk for school systems. We also know from the lived experiences of LGBTQ+ students across Maryland that the stakes are high. Transgender and gender diverse youth experience higher rates of bullying and harassment. Many feel unsafe using restrooms, are denied the use of their chosen name or pronouns, or find themselves excluded from full participation in student life. These barriers directly undermine academic achievement and emotional well-being. While the federal Fourth Circuit, which governs Maryland, has made clear that inclusive non-discriminatory policies are not only permissible but necessary under state and federal laws, after I submitted my testimony for this bill, the Supreme Court issued a shadow docket decision in Mirabelli v. Bonta that, to quote, Justice Kagan, quote, presents some thorny legal issues concerning the very policies this bill seeks to study. The ruling does not change the fact that Maryland has both the legal authority and moral responsibility to ensure safe and equitable learning environments, but the shifting landscape of federal judicial, executive, and legislative policy means that we must pay special attention to these issues to best serve our students in the most constitutionally sound way possible. HB 1011 thus creates a statewide work group of education professionals, legislative, executive policy makers, and legal experts to examine existing best practices and recommend statutory and regulatory pathways towards statewide consistency. This is not about mandating a one-size-fits-all approach. It's about gathering the expertise we already have, identifying gaps, and ensuring every transgender and gender nonconforming student in every county receives equal protection under the law. We spend countless hours in this body debating whether or not to restrict various rights of trans students. HB 1011 asks a very different question. What does it look like to invest the same time and care in supporting them? All Maryland students deserve dignity. All Maryland students deserve clarity. All Maryland students deserve equal treatment. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1011. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Maryland students.
Vice Chair Feldmark, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Lauren Lamb with the Maryland State Education Association, proudly representing 76,000 public school educators across our state. As educators, we are committed to uplifting all students, And we recognize that students have a diverse range of identities and experiences. Educators are trained to use data to identify student needs and tailor support. Here's what the data show. Transgender and gender diverse students are less likely to report feeling connected to their school community. They are more likely to report experiencing bullying and violence at school, feeling persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, and skipping at least 3 days of school because they felt unsafe. The results are clear. Schools need to do more to support transgender and gender diverse students to ensure they feel welcome at school and protected from harassment and discrimination. All students deserve to feel safe at school, and this work group presents a necessary forum to identify strategies to protect our transgender and gender diverse students. I urge the committee to issue a favorable report on House Bill 1011. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldmark and members of the best committee on this side of history. I miss you all. For the record, my name is Ronnie Taylor, and I serve as the Community Impact Director at Free State Justice. I stand before you strongly supporting House Bill 1011. This bill creates a statewide work group to review how Maryland's public schools support transgender and gender diverse students and to suggest statutory and regulatory changes. Maryland law, thanks to this very committee, already bans discrimination based on gender identity in education, yet how these protections are carried out ranges across school districts. Policies on names, pronouns, privacy, and participations in school activities often depend on where a student lives. These variations leave students vulnerable in schools without clear guidance. House Bill 1011 paves the way forward. I also want to speak personally for you all for a moment. As a transgender Marylander who attended the Maryland public school system, shout out to PG County, I remember walking into classrooms not knowing whether I would be respected or safe. When policies are unclear, the burdens falls on the students to explain who they are and to fight for their dignity. No child should have to carry that weight just to learn. Students succeed when they feel safe and supported. Clear statewide guidance helps schools fulfill that responsibility and consistently implement civil rights protections. I respectfully urge a favorable report of House Bill 1011.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question. Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Delegate Fair. We miss you from being here. I appreciate the bill, and I was looking at the membership because I'm very big on having the people who are directly impacted represented. And maybe I'm wrong, but I only see one student member based upon appointed by the State Board of Education, Department of Education. Would you consider having, maybe trading some folks out and having more students engage? The reason I say that is because I firmly believe, having worked with young adults for some time, that there are varying situations, and I think to get a clear picture of what's actually going on, that we really need to have their voices, or there might be another group that you're generating information from. If that is the case, then I stand down on my concern. But if that is not the case, then I really want to make sure that the work group is productive, because it's a really critical issue, and we have not heard or given enough attention to gender diverse students as well as transgender.
I agree, and I will just say I leave the work to your wisdom here. If you feel that we need to increase the number of students, I am always in favor of adding more student voices to the conversation. I will mention that the way the work group will function is that the work group will have meetings, it will bring in subject matter experts, and I would obviously encourage that work group to make sure that it brings in as many students as possible to testify and bring perspective to the work group as it's working on its efforts. My goal was to kind of keep it as neutral as possible so that we can look at this objectively from a policy perspective, but to make sure that all of those voices are heard. But if we feel like we need to make sure we call out and ask for more students to be on the committee, I would be 100% supportive
Absolutely.
of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay, seeing no other questions for this panel, let me say thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam
We
Chair.
do have a few others signed up, so I'm just going to call to see if anyone else is here. Jaden Ferris, Catherine Dangle, Jeremy Browning, and we did have one virtual witness here, Robert Cornett. Okay.
Come on over. Grab a seat right here. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, okay. You can begin whenever you're ready for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldmar and members of the committee. What I want to share with this committee is some statistics about LGBT plus youth in America. 73% of LGBT plus youth experience anxiety. 58% experience depression. 14% attempt suicide. 82% of trans youth are depressed to the point of considering committing suicide. 1 in 5 attempt to commit suicide. My best friend is one of these statistics. I didn't grow up transgender, but my best friend did. I met him at the beginning of 4th grade after moving to my new home, a period of time where I felt isolated and uprooted. He was my first friend after moving here, and when he started his transition, I fully supported him. He faced harassment and hostility due to something he couldn't control, which led to a severe depressive disorder. He survived. My sister is one of these statistics. I don't think I can express on paper or in words how much I love her and how horrible it would be to be in a world without her. She survived. I don't know what I would do, what my friends would do, what my family would do without her. I don't know what I would do, what my friends would do, or my family would do without my friend. But I do know that other people have had to figure out how to live without their child, without their friend, and without the ones that they love. Please vote yes on House Bill 1011 to end this. Please vote yes on House Bill 1011 to save the lives of children.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being a good friend and a good sister, and a good advocate. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Madam Chair, I wanted to first congratulate you and thank you for coming and giving your testimony. And my question is this the first time you've come to Annapolis to testify for a committee?
No, I do this frequently during
Okay,
session.
because I was going to say you did a great job. If it was, I wanted to just congratulate you. That's all. And thank you for what you said. We'll take in consideration everything. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill.
Delegate, always good to see you.
Thank you. Now we have Robert Cornett, who's with us virtually. Please go ahead. You can begin when you're ready.
Vice Chair Feldman, members of the committee, my name is Robert Cornett from the Democracy Action Team of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Frederick. I am testifying in strong support of House Bill 1011, which establishes a work group on supporting transgender and gender diverse students. In 2023, the Maryland Commission on LGBTQ+ Affairs issued detailed recommendations to support LGBTQ+ students in our K-12 schools, noting that the state's own gender identity guidelines were not being implemented uniformly and urging a comprehensive statewide policy for transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive youth. In 2026, the Commission's preliminary community needs assessment again found that legal protections on paper do not automatically translate into real-world safety and access, and specifically called for stronger statewide infrastructure and coordination. HB 1011 is a direct and appropriate response to those findings. Transgender and gender-diverse students in Maryland still do not enjoy equal protection because their safety depends on the philosophy of their local school board. Some districts have detailed affirming guidelines, others have no clear policy or have adopted rules that put students at greater risk. As Delegate Fair said earlier, a student's safety and dignity should not be a matter of geography. I live in Frederick County, where the board adopted Policy 443 with great intentions. But in practice, recent revisions around parent access to student records have shown how even a well-meaning board can inadvertently increase risk for trans students when complex legal and safety questions are handled district by district. HB 1011 creates the right tool, a time-limited representative state work group with educators, mental health professionals, families, and students at the table, supported by state-level legal and policy expertise. That's why I urge a favorable report on HB 1011. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this final witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 1011. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will go next to House Bill 1032. Delegate Wallach.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Feldmark, esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Sarah Wallach, here to present House Bill 1032, Student Privacy Policy Requirements and Discrimination Reporting. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill today. All students in Maryland, regardless of being in public or private schools, deserve privacy. House Bill 1032 seeks to strengthen student privacy protections and anti-discrimination policies for students in Maryland's non-public schools. Currently, student privacy policy and discrimination reporting requirements differ between Maryland's public and non-public, which include private pay, publicly funded, and church-exempt schools. By aligning certain privacy and discrimination policies between public and non-public schools, the state can better protect students from victimization and inequity in these areas. The request for this legislation came from a constituent who you'll hear from today, a parent of children attending a private school in Montgomery County. When this constituent pursued various avenues, stopping short of litigation, to address his privacy violation and discrimination allegations at his school, he found that certain protections that are available to public school students were unavailable to private school students. This bill will first require non-public primary and secondary schools to protect the privacy of students' personal information by developing written policies and procedures, including a formal policy statement in line with those already required by public and publicly funded private schools. And two, the bill expands the current anti-discrimination certification reporting requirement to mandate non-public kindergarten, primary, and secondary schools to annually report to the Maryland State Department of Education the number of discrimination complaints on the grounds of race, ethnicity, religion, sex, age, gender, origin, marital status, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability, along with other factual data. It also obligates MSDE to submit a report on this information to the governor and the MGA each year. These requirements will help protect Maryland families and their students in non-public schools from privacy violations and acts of discrimination. For these reasons, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1032. Thank you.
Move the mic. Good afternoon. My name is Alan Hackey. I am the parent of Jenna. You see her on my left, a beautiful and a gifted 15-year-old. At the age of 13, I watched her world fall apart when her school decided that they didn't really like her and she didn't fit whatever they want to do at that time. Her trust in the adults and the school system and the protection of the state of Maryland all disappeared, as we've learned over the past 2 years. The school doxed, interrogated, and criminalized activities that my daughter did that were acceptable to white and Asian students. Her privacy was violated in a campaign that meant to push her out. This isn't just about my daughter. We know from other Muslim families and African American families, and we have formed a group, who were forced out in the same way, but many are too terrified of the school $1 million legal team to stand here today and stand against these private schools. Right now, in Maryland, a school's bank account is essentially a license to ignore a child's civil right and the ability to protect children. A child's basic human right should not depend on whether the school takes state or federal funds. The safety and the innocence of these children should not stop at the private property line. All our children deserve protection, and in Maryland, no institution should be above the law. No institution should discriminate, my apologies, against children because of their race, religion, gender, sex, and all the other categories that Delegate Wallach has defined earlier. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna. I'm 15 years old. 2.5 years ago, I was a straight-A student, a school ambassador, and a star athlete. I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, the system would work for me. But I've spent the last 30 months learning that if a school is wealthy enough, it can decide the rules don't apply to it. My nightmare started in October 2023. For 4 months, I was targeted with verbal abuse and taunts that the school chose to ignore because of my religion and the headscarf my mother wears. When 2 girls finally assaulted me in a bathroom, the adults didn't see a victim. They saw an opportunity to get rid of an undesirable. They flipped the script and fabricated a story that I was the aggressor just to put the words dangerous on my permanent record. The most painful part was my counselor, Ms. Scott's betrayal. She pulled me from my core classes regularly to interrogate me about my home life, trying to force me into a stereotype that wasn't true. When she couldn't find anything, she went to my classmates. She told them I had mental issues and violent tendencies. She actually told them to monitor my behavior and report back to her. She turned my own peers into a surveillance network and made me feel hunted in my own hallways. In February 2024, I was forced out, but the pain didn't stop. Because the school gave these students a culture of impunity, the abusers followed me. For 2 years, they have continued to harass me online and on my phone. They've even reached out to my new friends at my new school to tell them I'm crazy and violent, just to keep me isolated. I started drawing dark pictures of shadows and skeletons because I felt like I was being erased by a lie that wouldn't die. I am only here because I want to be heard. I'm asking for a system where a student's rights are protected and where a school's wealth isn't a license to destroy a child's life.
Good afternoon. I'm Jenna's mom. You have already heard the fact of what happened to her at her private school between October 2023 and February 2024. I am here to talk about the 30 months of pain we have carried as a family since this began. I'm here to talk about the crushing helplessness of watching your child be destroyed while law offers no protection. I am an observant Muslim woman. I wear a headscarf. For 2.5 years, I have lived with painful thought that my daughter was targeted because of me. The school didn't see a child to protect. They saw a family that didn't fit their image. They spent months building a case to label her dangerous just to justify pushing us out. As a mother, you want to believe that if you raise your child to be kind, they will be safe. I had to watch that belief fall apart. When we begged for help, the state told us their hands were tied. The law, as it stands, allows these schools to ignore civil rights because they are essentially allowed to self-report. There is no oversight and no accountability. If a school doesn't take public money, it is allowed to police itself. That is a terrifying thing for a parent to hear. It means that in Maryland, a school can manufacture a narrative to destroy a child record, and no one has the power to stop them. Because of this culture of impunity, the harassment didn't stop when we left. The abusers followed Jenna online and reached out to her new friend to keep her isolated. I watched my daughter draw dark pictures of shadow and shattered heart because she felt she was being erased by a lie. Please don't let this school hide behind a system that let them ignore the most basic right of a child. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Rashida Cohen, and I want to thank you for your undivided attention. I'm here because of my son's experience at the same private independent school, which no child should ever have to endure. He was only 13 years old when his English teacher repeatedly called him a monkey. Students openly use the N-word towards Black students and face little to no consequences. That kind of environment is not just hurtful, it's dehumanizing, and it sends a message to children about who is valued and who is not. There was an incident involving a dean who targeted my son. He followed him at recess. My son felt so uncomfortable that he hid in the library. Later, he was waiting for him at lunch. What my son did in response to an ongoing harassment was no worse than what had been said to him. Yet, he was the one punished. He was publicly humiliated at lunch. He was forced to apologize to someone that had offended him, and he had to write a letter of apology and then was unable to go on a field trip that he was looking forward to. Meanwhile, other students could call a Black child the N-word and face no meaningful consequences. That kind of double standard is devastating. It affected my son's confidence and his sense of belonging. At one point, he was considering taking an AP class. And instead of encouraging him, his English teacher suggested that really wasn't his goal, that it was our goal as his parents. That undermined his academic confidence and his belief in himself. And this is not just about one incident, it's about a pattern. It's about accountability. It's about ensuring that schools are safe, equitable places for all children, not environments where racism is tolerated and punished unequally. I'm asking for stronger oversight, clearer anti-discrimination enforcement, and real consequences when a school fails to protect students. No child should be made to feel less than because of the color of their skin. And I'd like to acknowledge our family and friends in the back who have come with us. Some had to leave. Please raise your hand and let them know. It not only affected us, it affected aunties, families, friends, neighbors. I look forward to a favorable outcome. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing the bill. Thank you all for your testimony, and especially to Jenna, I want to say thank you for your strength in sharing your story and advocating. It's really impressive to see you here and trying to chart a better path for other students. I do see we have a question from Delegate Wims.
Madam Vice Chair, now. For the delegate, just in like 30 seconds, could you just say in your own words without reading, what do you want this bill to do?
Yes, so thank you, Delegate, for the question. So two things. First, it is asking schools to create a written policy around privacy. These private schools, that they may not have that in place already. Public schools already need to have that. So this is not pertaining to public schools. It's specifically for private schools not getting state funding, to have a privacy policy. Secondly, it's asking for reporting of complaints that are coming to the school around discrimination. So right now, if you were to go to a private school that is not receiving external funds from the state, you have no sense of how they're actually treating their students. As a parent, and you also cannot get tuition back if you have a negative experience. So you're sort of buying into something without an understanding of the culture and the atmosphere and how kids are treated. And then your tuition is just gone.
Okay, thank you. That helps me to do it. And I have a question for the young student. Thank you for coming. I did want to say, are you getting any help now from the community or any organization like NAACP or anything like that today at your new school?
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll talk with the delegate advocates. I just happen to be the president and founder of the Victims' Rights Foundation. So we'll talk offline, so we try to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not going to make a comment, but this is almost like comparable to a bill we heard before, different topic, but it impacts students. And I looked at the comments and the drawings, etc. And I just want to say, Delegate Warren, thank you very much for bringing this to us. I think we can do more. I think we can do more. I think that when the students are adversely impacted, there should be some way in which there should be some onus to make them whole again. And maybe next year, next session, we can look at what we can do legislatively. But I also want the students to know it's nothing they did. It's a society, so don't think it's you. We've all have gone through some phase of this. You will grow from this and be better and stronger as a result of this. Certainly when you identify a school like the Bullitt School, which is a very private, prestigious school, the idea that this continues is unconscionable. And so I thank the parents for speaking up, not only for yourselves, but for the other parents who did not have the courage that you now display. So again, thank you very much, Delegate, for bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you all for your testimony. We did have one other witness sign up. Is Jaden Ferris here? Don't believe so. Okay. Okay, we will, yes, and I will turn it over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. The next bill we have in the bill order is HB 1011, but, we'll go to HB 1028.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Jeff Christ. I am the chair of the Caroline County delegation. And this bill is at the request of our Board of Education, and they're asking to increase their compensation by $2,000. And they're right in the middle of the spectrum for Maryland. Baltimore City, their compensation 0. Montgomery County's 25,000, and their Caroline County is currently at $3,500 for their members, $4,000 for their president. And if this bill moves, it'd be like any increases for other elected officials. It won't go into effect until after the next term, and all the terms for the Caroline County Board of Education are staggered, so the current board members will not be getting the increase. It's that simple. That's all I got. Be happy to take any questions.
Any questions on this bill?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Take care.
Next up, we'll go to Delegate Ebersol, House Bill 1057. Okay, no problem. I have Ronza Offman and Lauren Lamb.
Yeah. That's fine, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Eric Ebersol here to testify on House Bill 1057. I have a friend on this bill over there. This is the second on this bill is Delegate Young. I'm pleased to be here to testify this with him in the room. He will tell you, and I will tell you, and you know now that AI is flat in front of us, and we are racing to keep up. We'll probably never catch up, but we have to continue to run to track it as we go forward. And this involves education, and that's why we're here today with you. House Bill 1057 requires the State Department of Education to provide guidance to local school systems on safe, ethical, equitable, and responsible use of AI. It requires local school systems to have an AI policy that is in line with MSDE's guidelines. It requires them also to get an AI coordinator in the county. It doesn't have to be a new position. It can be anything they think that will work, but someone has to be helping them to track it. It requires an AI literacy component to be part of the workforce preparation standards for our students. It provides for teachers' professional development on AI, We need a lot of help learning how to use it. It will be controlled professional development that, and I don't know if that's in the amended version or the real version. I've been working hard to keep up with my cross-file senator as amendments come flying at us, but one of the things we'll make sure is that it's job embedded, or at least it's paid professional development. It creates an AI K-12 education collaborative that will study the uses of AI in local school systems and recommend best practices. It also involves Morgan State, or another four-year institution of higher education in the state, to support MSDE in evaluating and certifying AI tools for alignment with state guidelines. If you're the kind of person who looks at fiscal notes, you should look to the left or right, away directly from this. Is like a sort of like an eclipse. It might burn your eyes a little if you read this particular one. I've been in conversations with the State Department of Education about how the amendments will affect it, and I can assure you that it would be significantly lower than it is. I don't think I'm at liberty to quote a figure here in public, but I'm happy to discuss that with you, how we would make this an affordable thing for us to do. It is an important thing for us to do. I would suggest that almost any amount is affordable, given that this is such an issue in front of us. But of course, that's easy to say when you're not the one necessarily writing the checks. And so we will work our very best to make this something that works. And with that, I thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We did have someone signed up virtually, so.
Yeah, she's running around. I think she's over in the Senate, so it's not, not critical.
And I just skipped right over Lauren. I'm sorry.
No problem. Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I'm Lauren Lamb with the Maryland State Education Association, representing 76,000 public school educators across the state. Educators are grappling with our rapidly changing artificial intelligence landscape, as we all are. And the use of AI in education must be safe and equitable, balancing its benefits for learning while mitigating risks. We appreciate the sponsor's willingness to work on amendments as this bill evolves. And we want to highlight that the following principles need to be at the center of using AI in schools. First, students and educators must remain at the center of education. The collaborative convened by this bill includes groups representing students, families, and educators, and its reports will ensure that any guidelines on AI use are based on the experiences of those who will interact with it daily. Second, evidence-based AI technology must enhance the educational experience. The statewide guidance and local policies under this bill will ensure that we are intentional and strategic about how and when AI is used in schools, based on research and best practices rather than individual judgment calls. Third, ethical and equitable use of AI tools, including strong data protection practices, is essential. This bill requires MSDE to provide guidance and a rubric to school systems for evaluating AI tools and ensuring that they're compliant with federal and state privacy and accessibility laws. Finally, educators need ongoing education with and about AI. This bill would require professional development for educators that covers AI use cases, ethics, privacy, academic integrity, and preventing overdependence. This is a timely and evolving issue, and we appreciate the opportunity to work on a strategy that will help our schools adapt. With these amendments, we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And now we will go to our virtual witness. You can go ahead, Ms. Benson.
Thank you. Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. For the record, my name is Kathy Benson, Program Director of the nonprofit Tequity for All, a fiscally sponsored project of the Digital Harbor Foundation. Today, I'm here to testify on my own behalf. I strongly support House Bill 1057, the AI Ready Schools Act. According to the World Economic Forum, 85% of all jobs will be impacted by AI by 2030. AI literate workers can expect to earn more than their peers, even in non-tech industries. Students are already using AI. A Pew survey found 64% of teens use AI chatbots. The question isn't if our students will use AI, it's whether we'll prepare them to use it well. MSDE's recently released state guidance centered on keeping the human in the loop addresses legitimate concerns like privacy, bias, and over-reliance. House Bill 1057 operationalizes this guidance, enabling districts to provide professional development and participate in the collaborative. Agreeing that AI is not a substitute for teacher expertise, I stress the need for ongoing PD, with 53% of teachers reporting that they received inadequate or no AI training. Meaningful, substantive PD for educators and their leaders, as called for in House Bill 1057, is vital and must be funded. Thank you.
Any questions? Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to go on the record and thank Chair Ebersol for his leadership picking up this football. Hopefully we'll get it across the finish line this year. Chair, my question for you is simply, it sounds like a lot of stakeholders have come around the table to put this piece of legislation together. Would you say that, you all have gotten to a place where people are really comfortable and eager to implement this bill?
Yeah, I credit the Senate sponsor, actually, with spending a lot of time pulling a coalition together that has, and I think Kathy Benson will attest to this, many hours online going through bits and pieces of this bill and taking commentary. So we should be ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again for your leadership for taking this on. Thank you to all the stakeholders who have spent countless hours over the interim to get us to where we are today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate your question, and I appreciate your contributions as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Delegate. That ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1057. The next bill that we are taking up is joint with appropriations. I know we have Delegate Grice here. We will just pause for a short moment to see if any additional appropriations members will be able to join us, and then we'll get going with the last three bills of the day. And while we take a moment, why don't we go ahead and get our panel seated? This is House Bill 849, Delegate Marikou North. I have Ellie Colmers, Christina Push, Randy Albertson, Liz O'Connelly. All right. Good afternoon. Okay, so we just have, okay.
Wait, sure. Yeah, that's fine, Madam Chair, no problem.
We wore the right colors today. We wore the right colors today. We wore the right colors today.
I know.
I said my nails
That's all right. That's all right.
thank you everyone for your patience. We're going to go ahead and begin the bill hearing on House Bill 849. Please
Madam
proceed.
Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, Madam Chair, my Vice Chair, colleague from Appropriations. I'm Delegate Bernice Maricoon North here on House Bill 849, Child Care Scholarship Program Freeze and Enrollment Exemptions. It's no secret to this committee that in Maryland we are grappling with the success of the Child Care Scholarship Program. Frankly, we are too successful for our own good. So this bill is addressing the freeze in the Child Care Scholarship as a result of our own success. That, along with the other bill you hear after this, 1321. This bill, 849, codifies the existing exemptions for the Child Care Scholarship Program freeze. It also seeks to recognize the families that are, frankly, struggling financially. And in addition to that, we are addressing the backbone of the child care industry, the child care workers. Now, there will be amendments forthcoming. We are working on that, given all the testimony and information that have been submitted. But let me just quickly explain what the bill does as presented. Families are receiving TANF and TCA, and they're among the ones that are receiving are among the lowest income families in our state. So access to childcare for them is especially critical, as is a requirement for work participation, job training, and compliance with TANF and TCA program rules. If these families lose access to childcare and are able to work, they risk losing cash assistance altogether, deepening financial instability and increasing reliance on other public supports. Children that are receiving SSI, also supplemental security income, often have disabilities or significant medical needs. Stable, consistent child care is critical for their development and well-being. And interruptions in that care can be especially painful for children who rely on routine and specialized support. Siblings of enrolled children benefit from continuity and family stability. Allowing one child to enroll while denying the other creates a logistical and financial stress for parents. It disrupts family routines and forces many families to just leave the care facility entirely. This keeping siblings together is important, and it supports consistent attendance and strengthens outcomes for children and providers. Now, those are the ones that are currently codified, that we currently are seeking to codify because it's an existing exemption in the Child Care Scholarship Program. We are asking for additional, in the bill as written, additional considerations for those who have been recently employed. Being so close to Washington, D.C., we've seen the effects of how unemployment has impacted working families in very great ways. And having a consistent childcare, as mentioned with the other groups, is critical, especially for the families that are suddenly having a drop in income. Having the childcare available to them through this Child Care Scholarship Program could allow them to participate in workforce programs and re-enter the employment sector quickly. Denying assistance at this point of job loss only prolongs the unemployment and increases the economic hardship for the families. Protecting this group helps families regain stability faster and reduces long-term public costs. And finally, the most important is helping our child care workers. They're frankly not being paid enough. They make modest wages and they qualify for a scholarship program. So a lot of them do. So supporting them strengthens the industry, the workforce, it reduces turnover, and ensures that providers can continue operating their businesses for our Maryland families. So it's both practical and fair to ensure that they make that we make childcare possible for them by including them as a priority in the list of those that are exempted from the freeze. This bill is also a legislative Black Caucus priority, and this bill is not necessarily expanding eligibility beyond the existing standards or eliminating the state's ability to manage enrollment. It's simply ensuring that when the freeze does occur, it doesn't fall on those that are hit the hardest. And for that, I ask for your favorable report on House Bill 849 with eventual amendments. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Start here and down.
I'll just go.
Okay.
Great. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Chris Push, Executive Director on behalf of the Maryland State Child Care Association. I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 849. House Bill 849 recognizes a fundamental truth. Without a stable child care workforce, Maryland does not have a child care system. And today, that workforce is paid so little that many child care workers themselves qualify for the Child Care Scholarship Program. Child care aides, according to the Maryland Family Network demographics for child care, on average, earn under $18,000 a year. Lead teachers earn roughly $27,000 a year. These are professionals responsible for children's safety, early learning, at the most critical period of brain development between birth to 5, yet their wages place them squarely within scholarship eligibility. When an enrollment freeze occurs without clear exceptions, these workers can lose access to child care for their own children. The result is predictable. They leave the field. And when child care workers leave, classrooms close, providers struggle to stay open, and parents across every sector of our economy are unable to work. This bill provides targeted, responsible safeguards during enrollment freezes, ensuring that child care workers, siblings, and families in crisis are not unintentionally harmed. These are not expansions of eligibility. These are protections that prevent the system from collapsing during times of fiscal constraints. Today, more than 5,100 families are already on the wait list. We cannot afford policies that further destabilize an already fragile workforce. House Bill 849 is fiscally responsible, workforce smart, and essential to keeping child care available for Maryland families. Without child care workers, there's no child care, and without child care, Maryland's economy cannot function. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report.
Hi, Ellie Colmers on behalf of SEIU Local 500 and MSCCA in strong support of this bill, as well as the bill that you'll be hearing after this that also deals with the child care scholarship. And just want to thank the committee for over the years supporting this program and understanding its benefit not only for families across the state, but also the workforce behind the workforce of child care providers. So this bill codifies what's already policy under MSDE for some of the needier, families most in need in the state, but by adding the inclusion, including the child care workers themselves, individuals employed by child care centers and family child care homes, they're foundational to Maryland's early childhood system. And so while we're focusing on needing to keep the parents of the children in work, these too are parents of children. And so allowing them to continue to access the funding for scholarships is integral. And in the same token, that goes for those who have been furloughed or recently unemployed. So we ask for a favorable report on this bill.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me. My name is Randy Albertson. I'm an early childhood educator, trainer, and consultant, and I'm here today to urge a favorable report on House Bill 849. Maryland's Child Care Scholarship Program is not a nice to have. It's the bridge that allows children to be safe and nurtured while their parents work, train, or go to school. When that bridge is closed through an enrollment freeze, families don't simply wait. They lose jobs, they lose stability, and children lose consistent, high-quality care. The current freeze has been devastating. Families who are doing everything right, working, trying to stay housed, trying to keep routines for their children, are being told there is no pathway in. And the impact lands hardest on the children who most need continuity and support. House Bill 849 is a targeted, responsible fix. It creates clear exceptions so the freeze does not punish families in crisis or families already connected to the program. Specifically, this bill protects families receiving TANF, SSI, siblings of children already enrolled, parents who have become recently unemployed and would have qualified before losing work, and workers involuntarily furloughed during government shutdowns. But most important, individuals employed by child care programs. That last point matters because the child care workforce is already stretched thin. Programs across Maryland are seeing enrollment declines, not because families don't need care, but because the true cost of quality care is out of reach without scholarships. That instability drives more educators out of the field, which reduces capacity even further. With all that said, I strongly encourage a favorable report for House Bill 849.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and committee members. I'm Liz Connolly from Critchlow Atkins Children's Centers, a nonprofit early childhood education provider serving 350 children annually at our 5 sites in Talbot County, Maryland. Over our 56-year history, we have educated 4 generations of local families. I'm here in strong support of HB 849, which would create important exceptions to the current freeze in enrollment in the Maryland Child Care Scholarship Program by ensuring that certain families, those with siblings already enrolled, and child care workers are not excluded from accessing child care assistance. At Critchlow Atkins, this freeze affects us directly as our teachers can't afford the very child care we provide for the community. When these important support providers can't enroll their children, productivity and economic participation suffer. Over the past year, the enrollment freeze has left many eligible families unable to access critical support. While the scholarship program was designed to help families afford safe, nurturing care, the freeze has stalled new enrollments even as demand continues to grow, as you all well know. This has forced some families to reduce hours, leave the workforce, or place their children in potentially dangerous, unlicensed care. As a local story, we have also seen the consequences for parents who cannot access this care. Several years ago in Talbot County, an unlicensed child care provider was shut down after elevated lead levels were discovered in the home. There are about 4 children that were affected by this. So the families were then left to scramble for safe alternatives overnight. For young children, exposure to elevated lead levels can lead to lasting cognitive impairment, as you all probably know, behavior challenges, and reduced academic achievement. These impacts are especially harmful during these critical early years when brain development is most rapid, as Chris pointed out. I respectfully urge you for a favorable report on HB 849. Sorry.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this important bill. Colleagues, I want to say again that this is a jointly assigned bill, and we are very pleased to be joined by our colleagues and partners in the Appropriations Committee. Returning to the Ways and Means Committee, Delegate Stephanie Smith, as well as Delegate Grice and Delegate Forbes. So thank you for the collaboration with us. Questions? All right, seeing none, I will bring in our virtual witnesses, and this panel is welcome to stay or be excused. We'll hear from our 2 virtual witnesses, Ruby Daniels and Erica Robinson.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Daniels, and I'm a family child care provider for over 30 years and the president of the Maryland State Family Child Care Association. I'm here in strong support of House Bill 849. Every week, I receive calls from working families desperately looking for child care. These are parents who want to work. They want to contribute to the economy, but they simply cannot afford care without the child care scholarship. Since the enrollment freeze, I've had to tell families there's nothing I can do. I have empty spaces at times or families ready to enroll, but without scholarship access, it becomes impossible for them. These are hardworking parents, healthcare workers, some of them CNA that works close to my home, retail workers, and who are doing their best. When a parent cannot access childcare, they miss work. They reduce hours. Some leave the workforce entirely. That impacts not just the family, but local businesses and Maryland's economy. House Bill 849 creates reasonable exception to the freeze and protects families who are already working, families with siblings in care, and those facing employment instability. This bill recognizes that child care is not optional, it is infrastructure. As providers, we want to serve families, but affordability is the barrier. Supporting this bill means supporting working families and stabilizing our child care system. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 849. Thank you so much. I know everyone had a long day. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson, you can proceed. Thank you.
Oh, hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Erica Robinson. I'm a child care educator at Eastern Silver Spring. I come in support of House Bill 849. I am also a recipient of the child care scholarship voucher. And without the voucher, I probably would not be able to work. We have so many children that were enrolled in our program, and they had to pull out because the bill, had a freeze on it. So I'm hoping that we can find more finances so that this bill can go on, because it really is very important for not only child care providers like myself. We have working families that just can't afford quality child care, and it's really been a struggle for them to find childcare, without the vouchers and things. Some people have had to stop working. Some people had to, stay home with their children. That's one of the things that I would have had to do had I not been able to be on the get on the childcare scholarship program. So I'm very grateful. It's a very awesome program. I'm very grateful for the program. I'm hoping that it can expand and find finances to help other families like myself and like other families that's out here trying to make ends meet. It's already hard to find quality childcare, and then without the vouchers, you have to start working. Then it causes even more financial strain on these families, because it's now come even to a one-income household or a very low-income household. So I'm hoping for finances to come available so that these families can have quality child care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robinson. Do we have any questions for these witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you so much to everyone who came to testify. I did have one person signed up informational. Is Beth Marr, there you are, okay. And this panel can be excused, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Beth Morrow, a Public Policy Director at the Maryland Family Network. Thank you to the sponsor for bringing the bill, and to this committee for your continued work on behalf of families who are using the Child Care Scholarship Program to access quality child care. I know trying to determine prioritization of the waitlist is an impossible task, and my colleagues who've spoke before me have talked about the impact that the waitlist is having on families, so I won't reiterate those points. I would just like to lift up a few notes of caution. The program's intent is really ultimately to serve the lowest income families first, so I caution against making a complicated web of eligibility that might dissuade the lowest income families from being able to access the program. I also would encourage you to try to keep eligibility determination as simple as possible. This is a program where any barriers we can remove to parents getting access helps kids get into care faster. So keeping eligibility as simple as we can would be my recommendation. As you think about how to go forward, I would encourage you to include a method for reevaluation, whether it's mandatory reporting or putting a sunset in. And I look forward to continuing to work with you, especially the members of the subcommittee, on how we can work to meet the demand for childcare and remove the enrollment freeze so that more families can have access, because we know how important it is for kids to have that quality early experience. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the information. Do we have any questions for this witness? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your time. All right, having no additional witnesses or questions, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 849. The next bill, which is also jointly assigned with the Appropriations Committee, Delegate Polakovich-Carr, House Bill 1321. And Delegate, you do have a few people signed up. It looks like they may have left the room, but Ellie Colmers, Christina Push, Randy Albertson, Liz Connolly, and Lacey Eadman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, here to present House Bill 1321. This bill would make some targeted reforms to the Child Care Scholarship Program. And as our colleague just laid out, we do have an enrollment freeze for the moment, and we're expected to have a wait list in this program for the foreseeable future. So I think now is a good time for us to be considering both of these bills and to be taking a close look at how the scholarship program is operating. And I do just want to say that Delegate Miraku North and I are collaborating on amendments because our bills kind of have a natural conversation between them. So as I see it, there are 4 core issues about the scholarship program and its wait list that we should be paying particular attention to this session. 1, which children should automatically bypass the wait list? Under current regulations and MSDE practice, families receiving temporary assistance for needy families, temporary cash assistance, or supplemental security income are not subject to the wait list. Additionally, families that have already enrolled can add additional children, for instance, if they have a new baby. This bill suggests one additional group, homeless children. Second, as scholarship slots open up and MSDE is able to enroll families who are on the wait list, how should families be prioritized to come off of the wait list? Should it be first come, first serve, or some other prioritization? There is currently no clear guidance on how MSDE should proceed. This bill would require prioritization of families with the greatest financial need and those seeking care for children under the age of 3, a group that faces the highest cost of care. Third, some families who are on the wait list may have a child that qualifies for publicly funded pre-K under the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Last fall, MSDE reviewed the entire scholarship wait list and identified children who were eligible for publicly funded pre-K. The department notified these families about pre-K opportunities in their area. This bill would ensure that MSDE continues this type of outreach going forward. And fourth, we need to have a frank conversation about copays for scholarship recipients. The current copays of $1, $2, or $3 a week are exceptionally low. Maryland copays are less than 1% of a family's income. Nationally, the average copayment amount for state child care scholarships is 6.4%. Please know that we are working on amendments to this section of the bill, so I would encourage the committee not to look too closely at what's currently in the bill, but let me just outline some broader principles. So the amendments that we're working on would have families whose income is at or below the poverty line be exempt from having to pay a copayment. For other families who are above the poverty line, copays would gradually increase with family income and would be capped at no more than 7% of the family's income. We have modeling data that shows by making strategic reforms to copays, we could generate $36.5 million a year, which would fund an additional 2,600 scholarships annually. I know that increasing copays is potentially a difficult decision, as we'd be asking more of hardworking families with young children. But addressing copays would mean that thousands more kids could get off the wait list and into high-quality early education and childcare so that their parents can go to work or go to school. And I do feel that this is a trade-off worth making. Thank you for your consideration.
Great. Chairs, vice chairs, and members of the esteemed committees. For the record, again, my name is Chris Push, here on behalf of the Maryland State Child Care Association in strong support of House Bill 1321, specifically the provisions related to family copayments in coordination with publicly funded pre-kindergarten. First, I want to address family copays. For families living paycheck to paycheck, even a small weekly copay can be the difference between staying employed and leaving the workforce altogether. House Bill 1321 wisely ensures that families earning 50% or less of the regional median income pay no copay, and it establishes clear, reasonable caps not to exceed 3% and 7% of income for families earning modestly above that level. While MSCCA would prefer no copayments at all, we recognize that predictable income-based limits are far better than unaffordable costs that quietly push families out of care. When copays become unmanageable, families don't just struggle, they drop out. This bill helps keep child care participation realistic and sustainable for working parents. This is a national issue. Virginia's child care scholarship program waitlist jumped from 3,000 in August 2024 to 12,000, and as of October 2025 stands at 14,000. Our neighbors in Virginia are planning to adjust policies to stretch funding further by adjusting copays and shifting some funding for age groups similar to House Bill 1321. Finally, I want to highlight the importance of the intentional coordination with public pre-K. We have seen firsthand what happens when systems do not communicate. In Anne Arundel County, a child care program lost 20% of its preschool-age children in November of 2025 when families moved into free public pre-K pre-K that were not eligible. They were not income eligible due to the LEAs not collecting enrollment data, while eligible families remained on the child care wait list and were never informed of the available openings. This disruption was not in the best interest of children, families, or providers. This bill directly addresses this problem by requiring the state to identify, inform, and assist families who qualify for publicly funded pre-K, ensuring children are connected to appropriate placements without unnecessary disruptions. Better coordination leads to better outcomes for children, families, and for the mixed delivery system Maryland's building. We respect a favorable report. I'll get it out in a second.
Hi, Vice Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. Again, I'm Liz Connolly from Critchlow-Atkins Children's Centers out of Talbot County, Maryland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again in support of HB 1321, which would revise the Child Care Scholarship Program to better manage family copays. Copays make it more possible to access scholarships by offsetting the tuition costs that we offer. In addition, this funding helps child care providers manage our budgets, creating greater financial stability for our industry, already operating on razor-thin margins, as you all know. HB 1321 takes a thoughtful approach on how family copays are structured, helping reduce the financial stress for struggling working families so more families can access scholarships. Just as important, the objective is to create a stronger partnership with MSDE, ensuring families are informed and notified and provided alternative resources for pre-K enrollment options when public school slots are full. We would take these kids in our pre-K programs if the space is available, for sure. We respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1321, not just as a policy, but as a statement of support for Maryland's working families and early childhood educators. Thank you.
Great. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, hello again. Randy Albertson, I'm an early childhood educator and trainer. I'm here to urge a favorable report on House Bill 1321. My testimony today concerns the urgency and devastating impact of the loss of child care scholarship funding on Maryland children, families, and child care programs. House Bill 1321 is a step towards alleviating some of those challenges. It requires a clear, consistent waitlist process when enrollment is frozen. Right now, families experience the scholarship system as a closed door with no timeline and no clear step for moving forward, which often leads to a loss of hope. A transparent waitlist matters because childcare can't be put on pause. Parents on a waitlist don't just wait, they cut work hours, they turn down training, or they leave jobs entirely. House Bill 1321 prioritizes the families with the greatest financial need and those seeking care for children under the age of 3. It's both practical and developmentally sound. Infant and toddler care is the hardest to find and the most expensive to provide, and those early years are when stable relationships and routines matter the most. House Bill 1321 also requires MSDE to identify families on the scholarship waitlist whose children qualify for publicly funded pre-K and to inform and assist them in connecting to open pre-K slots. Families should not be left to navigate multiple systems alone while they're already in crisis, and child care centers should not be required to search for families that need care. House Bill 1321 also addresses a reality that I constantly see. So even when families qualify for help, copays can often make that unaffordable. When the true cost of quality care is far beyond what families can pay, copays can be the final barrier that pushes families out of the child care system. House Bill 1321 is a targeted, coordinated step forward. It brings structure to the wait list, connects families to available early learning options, and keeps child care affordable. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1321. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? No? Okay. And we have two virtual witnesses, and we also have, is Lacey Eidman here? Come on up. You can go ahead and.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, I appreciate the committee's indulgence. I'm Beth Morrow on behalf of Maryland Family Network in Lacey Eidman's stead.
Perfect. Happy to have you in her place.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Beth Morrow with Maryland Family Network. We appreciate the delegates' leadership and are just here to provide a little additional context as the committee goes forward with their deliberations. We appreciate that the recognition that if copays do come back in place, that they be progressive. Copays can be a burden for families, especially at the lowest income level. So thank you for considering a progressive structure for the copayments. We urge consideration of clarifying language that if we do limit the amount per family to the federal guideline of 7% of a family's income, that it be per family, not per child, thinking of families who have more than one child in care. Again, we look forward to being part of the conversation around how to structure the copayments, whether we consider going back to the way we used to do it as a state, or if we come up with a different structure. We just urge simplicity and ease of access for families when they're applying, and clarity around their amounts and stability when possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you. And I see we have Ruby Daniels on, so you can go ahead and begin for 2 minutes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Hello again, for Ruby Daniels. I'm here as a family child care provider for over 30 years in Howard County and the pre-K expansion grantee. And I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1321. What sets this bill apart is that it does not respond to enrollment freezes, it creates a bridge. When families apply for child care scholarship and encounter a freeze, the department must identify children who qualify for publicly funded pre-K and actively connect them to available slots, including private and community-based programs. That is smart and strategic. Many pre-K programs, especially private and family child care programs, have under-enrolled seats. At the same time, families are sitting on wait lists without knowing their options. This bill connects the dots. It ensures children who qualify are not left waiting when seats are available. It also prioritizes children under age 3 when care is the most expensive and hardest to find. Supporting families with infants and toddlers keep parents working and businesses stable. Most importantly, early access matters. When children attend high-quality pre-K, they enter kindergarten more prepared socially, emotionally, and academically. We reduce the need for remediation and additional supports later on in life. That benefits the entire school system. House Bill 1321 strengthens families, supports providers, and builds a more coordinated early childhood system for Maryland. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1321. That's hard to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And do we have one more virtual witness with us? Dennis Alexander? Okay.
Thank you.
Please go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Dennis Alexander, and I'm Director of Government Relations with Easter Seals that serves Maryland, DC, and Northern Virginia. I've met with a lot of you and have talked about the importance of expanding childcare in Maryland, both access and availability. So I won't go into a lot of detail here because a lot of you know our position. You heard from Erica Robinson, who's one of our teachers earlier today, about what the Child Care Scholarship program means to her as a child care worker and as a mother, and the importance of that program to other folks that we serve. We serve children and families with and without disabilities at our centers. It's an early childhood education center where we help prepare these kids for kindergarten. Obviously, we as part of this expansion of childcare availability and access, the childcare scholarship program plays an important role in Maryland. And of course, we support any provision that's going to be able to get those funds to the neediest families in the state. But I would also say, and you've heard me say this before, it's important that we find as much additional funding as we can for this program. It needs to be expanded to the point where we don't have a wait list and we don't exclude families from the Child Care Scholarship Program. And of course, we'll support any amended version of this bill that comes out. And I want to thank Delegate Mareku North and Delegate Polakovich Carr for their leadership on this, and other members of the General Assembly who have been supportive of child care and of Easter seals in the past. Thank you.
Any questions for our virtual witnesses? Seeing none, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 1321. And next up, we will move to House Bill 1043. Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Delegate Stephanie Smith here to present House Bill 1043. And I do want to say that this bill was brought to me by last year's Paige and this year's my intern, Sebastian, who's currently a freshman at College Park and from Howard County. So I want to make the connections. And so the bill we're bringing before you has been brought in the past, but I don't think it's been brought by a person from the majority party before, so here we go. It's homeschool students in Maryland, right to play. House Bill 1043 authorizes public high schools to allow homeschool students to participate in school-sponsored athletic activities. The homeschool community has seen significant growth in recent years. Across Maryland, thousands of families have chosen home instruction for a variety of reasons. These families contribute to the public education system through their tax dollars, yet in Maryland, homeschool students are categorically barred from accessing certain public school resources they help fund. Most notably, they are prohibited from participating in interscholastic athletics at their local public high schools. Homeschool athletes often must pay out of pocket for private leagues and travel long distances to find competitive opportunities. This disproportionately affects families with limited financial means and those living in underserved areas where privately funded athletic programs are scarce. Additionally, lack of access to public school teams can limit exposure to the collegiate recruiting opportunity. This reduces pathways to athletic scholarships and higher levels of competition for otherwise qualified students. House Bill 1043 seeks to address these harms in a measured and responsible way. The bill requires that homeschool students be fully compliant with Maryland's existing home instruction regulations. It also requires that homeschooled students meet the same health standards and codes of conduct as their enrolled peers. Importantly, House Bill 1043 does not impose a mandate on local school systems. Rather, it authorizes public high schools to permit homeschool participation within clearly defined guardrails. House Bill 1043 expands opportunity while preserving fairness, academic accountability, and student safety. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report. I just want to add that in no situation should the homeschool student displace a student that's already in the school. In some instances, there are experiences that are undersubscribed and there's a lack of participation where if there is availability, that is when it would be permissible for the homeschool student to participate. So I wanted to make it crystal clear that this would in no instance displace a student already in the school. So again, for emphasis, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1043 and excited to hand this over to Sebastian and the rest of the panel. Thank you for your indulgence.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Sebastian Blondette, and I come before you today in support of HB 1043, Homeschool Students in Maryland Right to Play. I was previously homeschooled through high school, and I'm currently a freshman at the University of Maryland, College Park. I'm also an intern in the Office of Delegate Smith and helped work on this bill, bringing my personal experience and background knowledge to the table. Homeschooling in Maryland has grown dramatically since the pandemic. In the last 5 years, 14,000 new students have begun home instruction, for reasons ranging from safety concerns to flexibility to religious values and cultural identity. Yet, despite paying the same property taxes that fund our school systems, homeschool students, my own younger sister being one of them, are categorically excluded from athletics at their local public schools. Having grown up in the homeschool community, I have seen that, for many families, private sports leagues can be expensive or geographically inaccessible. And even when those private leagues are available, they may not offer the same level of competition, coaching, or exposure that public school teams provide, particularly for students hoping to compete at the collegiate level. The result is a structural barrier that limits advancement based solely on educational background. HB 1043 aims to remove this restriction by authorizing public high schools to allow homeschool students to try out for their sports teams. This kind of bill has been presented to the committee before. The conversation over previous iterations saw concerns about academic standards and unfair recruiting, among other issues. HB 1043 was written with all of those concerns in mind. This bill requires that homeschool athletes be in full compliance with existing academic standards for home instruction. It also eliminates open recruiting by limiting participation to a student's districted school. HB 1043 places homeschool athletes under the same health requirements, codes of conduct, and liability coverage as their public school peers. I support this bill because it is pragmatic, specific, and will open the door to allowing access for homeschool athletes. It is a measured start to breaking down this structural barrier. For all of these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report.
Thank you to the committee and to Delegate Smith for this opportunity. Hello, my name is Dennis Castaneda. I am the commissioner of the Clarksburg Youth Tackle Football Program in Clarksburg, Maryland. We have 175 players, and a handful of them are homeschooled. And you can see, like my boys behind me, they're part of that organization. I'm a father of 4, and me and my wife homeschool our children. My kids play all types of sports: baseball, volleyball, football, and even cheer. My cheerleaders behind me. The Right to Play bill will allow kids like mine that are homeschooled to play in high school sports and cheer. HB 1043 in other states is called the Tim Tebow rule. Tim Tebow is an NFL quarterback who was also homeschooled, and he's helped 30 other states pass this law for kids to play sports, band, and in clubs. Homeschooling is on the rise, like Sebastian has mentioned, and is continuing to grow every year. And so this fight for this bill will just continue to grow as more people find the freedom to homeschool their kids. Now, every dad thinks their kid can make it to a professional sports league and make that life-changing money. But numbers have shown, right, less than 2% of those athletes will go to college and play in those leagues. But the number is way higher with high school athletes playing D1, D2, and D3 schools. With the landscape of college sports changing with NIL deals, name, image, and likenesses, students, athletes can now make $100,000 to millions of dollars a year just in college. With this new way of students, athletes being able to make money, we are preventing homeschoolers that chance at a high school level to prove to colleges and universities that they have the skill sets to play for those schools and potentially make career money in college. We should not be punished or fall behind or have to fight twice as hard just because we made a decision on a different way to educate our kids. So please consider this bill and the fact that these homeschooling families are a part of their local communities, participate in local events, shop at local stores, and pay taxes for our local high schools, which at this moment will not allow us for our kids to play in our local high schools. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. Thank you all for your testimony. I see we have a question from Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of logistic questions. First of all, one of the things we say is that homeschool would never displace a public school student. So does that mean if I have a student who doesn't play basketball as well as a homeschooled student, and the basketball player probably would be picked to be on the team if they were at the school, that they cannot make the team because the other student is already at the public school because they would be being displaced?
I think think that's an interesting, like a novel way to discuss displacement, right? Because there's always competition in sports. I don't know, did you ever play sport? Like the best people tend to make
I'm
the
asking
team.
the question.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to relate to you in the answering of the question. That it's, or maybe if you were in band, I played sports and did band. I didn't get first chair because I was only second chair worthy, right? It's the same thing with sports. If you're only eligible to be considered if it's a district school you would have been able to go to. So it's not like someone could just poach and say, hey, I'm way on the other side of the county, but I heard that kid's really good. I want to try to get them in my school.
So the answer is if my child was the 11th best player with the homeschools there, and they're having 10 players on the team, and one of those 10 was a homeschool student, my child would probably not be on the team.
If your child is not the best player at a tryout, they're probably not going to make the team.
So he would have been displaced in this
I don't know.
case.
I don't know if I would use the phrase displaced in that situation.
That was your term, not mine.
No, I'm saying in this situation because this also is inclusive of clubs and other, experiences.
I'm asking the question specifically about sports, which is an
And I answered it very specifically. It's a competitive notion when you're trying out for a team.
Sports are exclusive at the high school level. Lots of kids don't get to play sports at the high school level.
That's
It's always bothered me at some level. But when we say that we're not going to displace students who already are there and might qualify, it sounds like they maybe could be.
I think that the way I'm using the term of art is not based on competition worthiness, but more so that someone isn't simply going to be poaching and looking and scouting. Like the guardrails we made was based on you would have been eligible to be in that student body otherwise. You get what I'm saying? That's the guardrail.
I do, but I didn't suggest any of that. What I suggested is that there would be a student, and I'm not going to repeat it because I've already done it. Another question is, schools have grade requirements for students to participate in sports. If they don't meet the grade requirements, sometimes they're prohibited from playing the sport. So how do we balance the apples and oranges of grades they get at the school versus, I don't know what homeschoolers do. Do they grade them? So do we have that? Do they have the same sort of standard to meet?
Yeah, because they'll meet the regulatory outlines of the state of Maryland, and he can talk with specifics from lived experience.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Delegate Ebersole. I was homeschooled from second grade all the way through high school, so I went through that whole process. Every semester, homeschoolers need to do a portfolio review with their local education agency, the local board, education board. And so in that portfolio review, they will review all of the subjects we're teaching or we're being taught, exactly how we're being taught those subjects, and they'll approve of each one. And so that is essentially our academic standards under COMAR as it stands.
But it's without a grade, and that's often what's used in public schools, is if you get a D or an E in a course, you can't play.
Absolutely, Delegate. And so we've sort of built a measure into this bill where if you are in deficiency status under COMAR, under those portfolio reviews, then you cannot play. And that is when the portfolio reviewer finds an issue or a deficiency with any one of the subjects, then they'll be put into a 30-day period to adjust that, to amend that issue. In that 30-day period, they cannot play athletics. And if they successfully amend the issue, well, then there's no problem with the academics. If they don't successfully amend the issue in those 30 days, then they are immediately put into public school or a private school.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll actually yield to Delegate Pasteur because I think she's going to continue down this line of questioning, and I'll follow. Thank you.
Delegate Pasteur.
He is so psychic. Yes. Okay, that I believe in this premise, but not every LEA or school system follows the same process in terms of instruction. I know for sure, for real. Okay, and so it would either eliminate young folks or maybe give them a different kind of advantage because not everyone does, even though the state may say portfolios, et cetera. How you get to that and to that one person, and I can use one school system that I know exceedingly well, that just this year they have changed the way they are assessing the young people and how many people they have doing the assessment. So they are not looking at and able to process where the students are. So let me hear again what you answered in terms of how you're going to assess or evaluate the young people so that they would academically measure up to those who are in school and would fall under the same caveat, if you will. Because we also don't want, you were obviously able to do what you did very well. But we want to also make sure that we don't disadvantage students who need that academic support and look in other directions. So I need to hear something more substantive and specific about that category.
I need to understand your question better, so just help me to make sure that we're answering it correctly. You're saying that the LEAs are not all interpreting and applying that COMAR regulation in a similar way?
They do you can look at the COMAR regulation about having an assessment tool. That's where it goes. But in each school system, how you get to that point might be slightly different. Yes. So I'm asking, I thought I heard, but I wasn't sure. I want to hear what you're seeing in this bill that would give something that is sustainable or systematic for all of the LEAs. So when it comes to playing a sport, everybody is looking for the same thing. They're on the same ground, same playing field, if you will.
I have another question, just for clarification. In terms of a traditional student, are they all being subject to the same standards across LEAs for eligibility for sports, or is that LEA specific?
LEA specific.
So I guess my answer would be, with just now that I fully understand the scope of it, is that the student would have to meet the benchmarks under COMAR as applicable to the LEA they're in. There's no universal standard because there's no universal standard for student eligibility for sports in general.
And I can assure you that that does not level the playing field, but I understand what you're saying.
That might be a separate bill where there's a necessity, from what I'm hearing from you. I can say just on personal lived experience as someone that's only gone to public schools, I have seen that sometimes people's academic focus has not been the priority of the school if they're a star. And if they're a star.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just being frank. And I think that what we can do is have the best standards possible, and then it's on us as legislators and working with, our LEAs to really make sure people enforce things fairly and justly, and not just about winning, but making sure children are learning adequately too, whether they're a traditional student or a homeschool student. So his experience in Howard County might be different than Baltimore County, but maybe there's a, what's the notion? Maybe we should be looking at kind of his experience as more of a standard.
Okay, but that's
a separate bill.
Bigger than.
Yeah, it's bigger than this.
Yes.
Yes, but thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
And now Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just want to say, in the previous year, I did co-sponsor this bill. I like the bill just because it allows for access, and even noting the numbers of individuals as we see an increase in the number of homeschooled individuals. I appreciate the bill and knowing how important sports are to having a well-rounded student. This is a prohibition on those who are not necessarily in the public school system. So I appreciate the bill. Is there anything else, being most recently in touch, is there anything else that our two witnesses would like to share about the bill that we did not?
There's more witnesses coming too.
Oh, okay. That we did. Well, let me ask them because I have to ask a question. Is there anything that you would like to cover that was not covered previously in your time limit?
No, I think we covered everything, but again, I think it's a great opportunity for my kids, my boys and my girls to do cheer, to once they get to that high school level to participate in those things. And we're not asking to play in different districts. We're asking just to play in our local high school, which we're paying local taxes for. That's all.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions for this panel, you all can step down and we have more witnesses to call. Jonah Stewart, Matthew Britton, Herbert Jordan, Melanie Mubarak, and Megan Britton.
This way or that way, just so we can get your social.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. It's not good.
was first called, so I guess. All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and esteemed committee members. For the record, my name is Jonah Stewart, and I oversee research for the Coalition for Responsible Home Education, a national organization that advocates for homeschooled children's rights. Our organization is operated by people who were homeschooled ourselves, and I'm here today to express our support for HB 1043. Investing in homeschooled kids is increasingly crucial for equipping the next generation for success. As you've heard, homeschooling has surged in popularity, and we believe it is in the state's interest to authorize sports access for this rapidly growing population, not only because kids deserve to reap the many benefits of athletic participation, but also because sports open doors for accessing higher education and other opportunities that may otherwise be infeasible for a family. Since research shows that more families from under-resourced socioeconomic backgrounds are homeschooling, enshrining the right to play promotes equity, since it ensures all students can access paths to economic mobility and civic participation. We also support the right to play because, in some scenarios, it can help reinforce a child's right to safety. While most parents homeschool in their child's best interest, there is an outsized risk for social isolation for some homeschooling families, which can lead to poor outcomes. The solution in such cases is to connect families with supportive resources and communities outside the home. Many homeschoolers report wariness toward government resources, but as you see, the community largely endorses sports access. Athletic participation, therefore, can build mutually beneficial relationships between homeschooling communities and schools, and this has a lot to do with the value that homeschooled athletes can contribute to teams. I did not add that value while I was homeschooled. Investing in inclusion pays massive dividends for everyone. For all of these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
You can go. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Herbert Jordan, and I homeschool my daughter, Genesis. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 1043. This bill, my ask is simple, to give school-age children of every family in Maryland access to the same resources and the same opportunities to play and experience competitive sports. I grew up in the Pimlico neighborhood of Baltimore City. Though neither of my parents finished high school, I graduated from the Baltimore Polytechnic Institute and the University of Maryland. At Poly, I played and greatly benefited from competitive team sports. Going to public school worked for me. My wife and I have two daughters. My oldest graduated from Baltimore City College. Public school worked for her. But I am homeschooling, my youngest, and homeschooling works for her. Okay, why? One, I want to give her a classical Christian education, a biblical worldview, and two, wife and I are baby boomers. My youngest is a Gen Alpha, so given our ages, we want to spend as much time as possible with her now, while we're still here. So we homeschool. I need your help today because my daughter Genesis' competitive sports experience today is nothing like my public school sports experience. I ended my school day, walked to the track, and trained or competed 5 days a week. Genesis ends her school day or homeschool day, and I drive her 35 to 50 minutes each way in rush hour traffic so she can train or compete. I played in front of large crowds and competed against guys that got Division I college scholarships. My daughter plays for schools that have a few hundred K-12 students, so there are no crowds, and the schools are not as concerned about talent as much as being concerned they will have enough players to field a team. Worse yet, within a 40-minute drive of Baltimore, there are only 3 homeschool umbrella programs, all at K-12 schools, that allow homeschoolers to participate on their competitive sports teams. Finally, we give, we pay our taxes, we vote, we do public service, but today I have an ask. In order to give the school-age children of every family in Maryland access to the same resources and the same opportunities to play and experience competitive sports, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1043.
My name is My name is Matthew Britton. I'm a homeschool student, and I think kids should be able to play middle school and high school sports at their local public high school or public schools. Our families pay taxes just like families who send their kids to public school. We are not asking for special treatment. We just want the same opportunity to try out and earn a spot on the team. Recreational and travel sports are options, but high school's rec sports are not very competitive because most athletes are playing high school sports or travel. If you're not on one of those teams, you can start to fall behind. Travel sports can also cost a lot of money and take a lot of time. Not every family can afford that. For some kids, high school sports are the only real chance to compete at a higher level. Sports teach teamwork, discipline, and leadership. They teach you how to work hard and how to handle winning and losing. Those are important life skills. Even though I am homeschooled, I am still part of my community. I live here, I practice here, and I should be able to represent my community on the field, just like the other kids who live here. Homeschool works better for me, and I feel like I learn more. The schools near us are already overcrowded, and I should not have to go back just to play baseball. Letting homeschool students play sports would not add to classroom overcrowding because we would only be there for practices and games. Baseball is something I work hard at and I care a lot about, and I just want the chance to earn my spot like everyone else. I am not ready to be left behind. I have 2 years until I start 9th grade, and I'm praying this becomes a law by then, but not every kid has 2 years. My cousin will be in 11th grade next year, and I would love to see her get the chance to play her sports too. Students should not have to choose between the way they learn best and the sport they love. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldman, and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Melanie Mubarak, and I have been a resident of the Eastern Shore of Maryland and a homeschool mom for over 16 years. My children have been negatively impacted by Maryland's current laws by not allowing them to participate in public school sports and activities. Currently, 37 states have laws allowing homeschool students to participate in sports and extracurricular activities with a variety of guidelines for their participation. This bill, with some additional work, would bring Maryland into the growing majority of states supporting homeschoolers' rights. I believe that my children and home-educated children in Maryland deserve the right to equal opportunities and benefits from sports programs that students in public schools are able to take advantage of daily. Just because I have chosen to educate my children at home should not mean that they are denied the ability to compete at higher levels, gain team experiences, or possibly be recruited by college athletics. By not allowing them the right to play, current Maryland law is denying these students opportunities to participate in college athletics as a certified NCAA athlete. I'm in favor of this bill with amendments. However, I would amend the bill to say public high school shall allow a homeschooler who is not enrolled in the school to participate in athletic activity. From the current language that reads a public high school may allow a homeschool student who is not enrolled in the school to participate in an athletic activity. This should be amended to remove ambiguity and not have variation from county to county based on differing interpretations of local officials. The statewide decree would also compel the Maryland Public Secondary School Athletic Association to amend the rules to include homeschool students without the potential of school districts incurring penalties. Lastly, I believe there should be one provision removed from this bill, that being, a public high school must give placement priority to a student enrolled in the school if there are a limited number of spaces available for students in a given athletic activity. Homeschoolers should be allowed equal access to these activities. This could possibly allow for homeschoolers to be discriminated against. I implore you to adopt HB 1043 with the requested amendments. I look forward to any questions.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Britton. I am a Maryland parent, a homeschool mother of 3, which he made me so proud today, and a small business owner. I have a bachelor's in early childhood education, and I participate in the Maryland Aspire program. Sorry. My niece was here today, and she didn't get to speak, but she's going to be a junior next year. Sorry. And she probably won't be able to play sports. She's a great softball player. One of your questions were, how do they test into? You guys were concerned about, would they be able to have the same educational requirements, grade requirements? My niece tested into Sparrows Point High School, which is my local school. Sparrows Point High School is at 130% capacity. So my niece chose her education. She valued her education so much that she chose that over playing softball. She chose that over scholarships because she wanted that education. She didn't want to be another number in a classroom that's overcrowded and filled and no space to learn and have those resources. So this is really bridging the gap between homeschool communities where my elementary school is at 117% capacity. My daughter has an IEP. She was not getting her needs met, and it wasn't because the school did not want to, because those teachers worked hard. I have a bachelor's. I know how hard they work, how many tests they take, and how hard it is to teach. They want to do it, but they don't have the resources. So when I have the resources that I can take my kids and give them the best education, why am I being punished for it? Why are my kids and my nieces and my nephews being punished for that when we're choosing to give them the best education? My hope is that by the time he's in high school, by the time my niece goes next year, she gets those scholarship opportunities. I heard the amendments about there's a previous bill, a zoning bill, that I'm coming here tomorrow for, but when the language is not clear across all counties, it leaves it open to interpretation to different counties, and that will make it to where some homeschoolers get to participate and others don't. And that's not fair. It needs to be clear across the board that all homeschoolers deserve this. I opened up my child's spot at a public school so those kids could have more of the pie because I have the ability to teach my kids and give them that education. I would love to be able to send them to school. There's just not enough resources there for my kids. So I chose to pull them. I ask that you guys give them that opportunity to play sports and also extracurricular activities in general. That would be a great amendment, that not every homeschool kid is athletic. I was athletic, he's athletic, my middle daughter, not so much. She might want to do an art club or a chess club or something else, and it should bridge that gap. It gives these homeschoolers resources to communities that they're considered the weird kids. Not being, rude, but that's what they're considered when, they drop out of public school and now they're homeschooled. So it bridges that gap and gives them access to a community that we are already a part of. Thank you for listening. And I obviously ask you to approve it.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I do have one question for Matthew. Is this your first time testifying on a bill?
Yes, ma'am.
You did a wonderful job. You did a wonderful job. And waited patiently all day to get here, huh? Okay. Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all. You can be excused. We do have a few virtual witnesses who are still going to join us. Danny Ellie Lung, Tess Ulray, and R. Hawley. You can go ahead and begin as soon as you're ready for 2 minutes.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. So hello, everybody. My name is Danny Ellie Liang. I am in 11th grade, and I've lived and been homeschooled in Howard County for the last 14 years. As a homeschooler and even just a high schooler, extracurriculars are very important and a huge part of my life, They're not only a place to find friends and make new connections, but also a place to pursue passions and show dedication. Specifically in sports, dedication and perseverance are easily observable. To be good at any sport, it requires consistent practice, even when one doesn't feel like it. I play basketball, and I've learned the importance of sportsmanship and teamwork, even after heavy physical exertion. It can be incredibly difficult to keep working as a team when we are tired or losing, but the only way to stay motivated and possibly win is to work as a team. I'm lucky enough to have found a league that allows homeschoolers, but this is often not the case for other sports. For homeschoolers to play in sports, we often need to find clubs, which can cost a good amount of money to practice and improve our sport. School teams can only stay healthy by always allowing newcomers in, and all kids should have a chance to experience this. In a world where we are constantly divided between politics, between school zones, between varsity or junior varsity, and even in our learning methods, I ask that homeschoolers be included and not excluded. Soft skills such as communication, innovation, and teamwork are constantly sought for by jobs, which I've realized over numerous applications, and sports are an excellent ground to practice these skills. We should join the over 30 states that have passed a similar bill and give easier access or even just an opportunity for homeschoolers to play public school sports. Thank you so much, and I ask for the approval of this bill.
Thank you. Next, we have Tess. Please go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Thank
Thank you, Honorable Chair and committee members. I am Tess Ulrey. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Home Education. We are a homeschool alumni founded and a homeschool alumni powered organization that works across research, programming, and advocacy to support safe and responsible homeschooling. We are an organization that's made up of adults who were once homeschooled, and we're proud to have Maryland alumni as part of our work in a lot of different capacities. But importantly about CRHE is that we're an organization that believes in children's rights, and we firmly believe that their right to play is a critical component of their childhoods in Maryland. And we applaud the legislature for considering homeschool children in the state. We are in support of HB 1043, which provides Maryland students the right to play for two reasons. First, like we've heard and we can all agree on, sports are good for children for so many reasons. We can talk about improved social connections, we can talk about positive self-image, increased social emotional health, and when we consider how Maryland children will access an open future, we also know that sports participation is going to be strongly encouraged in college applications. We are advocating here for homeschooled children to have that choice of access too. Second, and I would argue even more importantly, homeschooled children that participate in this program will have increased access to additional safe adults. For so many children, teachers and coaches are their lifelines and they are critical connections. Homeschooled children do not have that same type of network, even in the most robust of co-ops. HB 1043 would grant increased visibility to homeschooled children and could connect them to critical resources that they need. We know that adding homeschooled children to a team roster will ask more of school districts, and we acknowledge that there will be challenges as these communities learn to work together. Personally, I'm hopeful that a bill like this can help bridge some of those challenging relationships, help the homeschool community become less fearful of public schools, and promote better relationships for Maryland children across all the education modalities. Overall, though, the benefits of HB 1043 for Maryland students will outweigh the challenges, and we urge legislators to continue prioritizing all children's right to play in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have R. Holly. Go right ahead.
Hello, thank you. My name is R. Holly. I'm a resident of Montgomery County. I'm here as a parent, as the wife of a teacher, as a resident of Maryland, and as a homeschool alum to testify in support of House Bill 1043. I was homeschooled from age 4 all the way through 12th grade in New York State, where myself, my siblings, my friends in the community were also barred from participation in public school sports as homeschooled students. And I've seen firsthand other children, other young adults being barred from the benefits that come from sports, from social benefits, physical education, opportunities to be around safe adults, and opportunities as well to receive medical attention and medical care after serious sports injuries. Participation in athletic programs is incredibly valuable for homeschooled families, and it's also one of the things that's hardest for homeschool families to replicate. A parent who has the capacity as an educator to provide strong, well-rounded instruction in a wide range of academic subjects cannot become a group of peer athletes. There's an experience there that is unique and that needs to come from a community. And I believe that the state of Maryland and educators in Maryland have a responsibility to extend that resource to all children growing up here. I urge the committee to return a favorable report, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for any of our virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1043, and that concludes our hearing for the afternoon. So thank you all very much and have a great evening.